we are together again, together at the Congress of Culture, which unites us and gathers us for a talk. And I think that this talk needs to be started with a moment of silence. Silence dedicated to those who are no longer with us, those who have been taken away by the war, the people from our community who have been killed by this war. War is complete darkness, which takes away a lot of light from our lives to finally reach the light. So Євген Гулевич, Вікторія Амеліна, Володимир Вакуленко, Олег Клюфас, Гліб Бабич, Павло Лі, Роман Ратушний, Олександр Шаповал, Юрій Руф, Дадак, Наталія Харакос, Артем Дацишин, Євген Світличний, Ольга Павленко, Євген Баль, Артемій Демид, Дмитро Пащук, Юрій Карпатенко, Андрій Гудима, Олег Собченко. I know that I have definitely not produced the names of everyone, and I know that each of us has got his or her own list. This is an extremely long list, which is so much painful and which is not exhaustive yet. Let's dedicate a moment of silence to those people. The best way of remembering all of them is to continue what they were doing, to believe and to keep on fighting and bringing their values to the world, going along the road which they were paving, but giving the most dearest, the most important thing for them. Ukraine Unmuted. That's what our today's Congress is about. So let's take your seats. Sorry for not mentioning this. You can already take your seats. And on behalf of the Institute of Strategy of Culture, on behalf of all the curators, let me welcome all of us on this opportunity of staying together, of pondering over different things, looking at each other, looking for those voices. We have a very intense agenda for 3 days, and we are going to talk about different things. We've got three thematic blocks: the war of war, migration, the language of war, migration, awakening the voice, the art program, Ukrainian section, and I hope that we will all gain different senses. We will talk about how we could keep silent about the war and how we could talk about the war, how to build the matrices of solidarity, what the narratives of truth are, what the policies of return are, what our plans concerning the revival of culture is, what our strategic plans and ambitions are, if any, what our institutional landscape looks like, what comes as a pain in the neck for us, all the most relevant things we have not been discussing over this year and a half. Normally, this part of the Congress is rather official and formal, and it differs from all the other ones because it contains some official speeches, but these speeches all have the right to exist. So here is the welcoming speech on behalf of the hosts of the Congress and the people without whom this Congress would not take place. They are the owners of this space. They are the people who develop the agenda in the cultural field. So we've got the acting Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, Mr. Rostislav Karandyev. You're welcome. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear participants, dear hosts of the Congress. As it has already been mentioned, today we have some space for pathos. And this is the pathos we are sometimes ashamed of, we want to shift away from, but these are exactly the values that we are voicing while talking about our country and about the people, about the future of Ukraine, and the need for all of us to be engaged in the process of development of the action plan for the post-war recovery and active engagement in the implementation of that plan. So these are the values that should be based on some elevated, highly spiritual things, which are pathetic things. On the topic of unity, today constitutes one of the most relevant topics, since synergetic unity of every carrier of high intelligence, of experience, of wisdom, of not indifference and activeness will yield in the result we are striving for. What do we want now? We want to understand what our clear tasks are, and then we will be able to accomplish those tasks. So today we have to preserve something that we have luckily got. After a long period of hostilities, we need to state that we have got substantial material, tangible, spiritual, intangible losses, human losses. And by human losses, we mean not only the people who perish and who give their life for the sake of our future. These are also the people who are leaving the Ukrainian cultural space or who change their professions, change their place of residence. Some of them, even abroad, stay loyal to the Ukrainian cultural process and try to contribute to its development. Some people, unfortunately, change their direction of activity. And all those things are the challenges that we need to overcome and to cope with. And as we can see, the state cannot settle those problems without the engagement of the society, the volunteers, and those who are heading along the front line of innovative solutions. The beginning of the war showed it very well. It was the volunteers and the activists who undertook the greatest responsibility for making the state aware of problematic issues. And then, thanks God, the state found some enthusiasm, found some resources, and took a systemic approach by offering systemic solutions aimed at stabilizing the system of effective resistance. So today we need to talk about the uniting function that will ensure the unity of the society and the state. Normally, we can say that before the war and before COVID-19, we used to have a certain gap between the state and the municipal. At the same time, it is really the unity of people and institutions that will yield a good result. We always have to stay on the side of the consumer of cultural services in order to have a look at who is providing the service. It really matters what the quality of the service is and what the emotions behind it are, and not who is the provider of those cultural services and products. It's really important to unite competitive environments, and by unity we mean not common political lists, not some likes and Facebook posts, not common slogans, and not even our meetings within one room. By unity we mean common actions. And I think that the search of the tools of that would unite people who are different by their world outlooks, even by their values to a certain extent, will result in the perfect result that we are striving for. So, um, to focusing on the tasks we are facing now, I would like to tell just in brief that we need to develop the action plan now for the period up till the end of the war, and the other agenda will come for the post-recovery period when the armed forces of Ukraine gain their victory and give back to us the territories that need to be culturally returned to Ukraine. We need to clearly know at that time what our algorithms of actions are, and we need to have the people who will be doing that right away. The it has been already mentioned today that we cannot speak a lot during the opening speeches, so I will still have a chance to discuss a lot of things with you during the panel discussions. It's a pleasure for me to see a lot of colleagues in the room with whom we have already done a lot in the Ministry of Culture, but we still have a lot of work to do. So let's not stay indifferent. Let's go ahead and let's keep working. Thank you, Rostislav. Today we also have Mr. Maksym KOZYTSKYY, who is the head of Lviv Regional Military Administration. Ukraine unmuted. So, do we have a place for this concept in the cultural policies of the region? And also, let me ask you about the charitable fund My is Svit, We and the World, which is implementing a lot of different projects and is kind of voicing Ukraine's agenda in the world. What are the main narratives of that institution? Who are we within this concept, and what are we trying to tell the world? Um, what can you tell from the point of view of the head of the Lviv Military Regional Administration, who is responsible for culture? Glory to Ukraine. Thank you for your question. Thank you, Rostislav, for your speech. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Well, I have not been getting ready for my speech and for this question in particular, but I would like to express my gratitude to all those present here and to the hosts for providing this opportunity to talk about culture, to hold this Congress of Culture in Lviv, in Lviv region. Several minutes ago, we were just discussing some items, and Yurii told me, Maksym, just have a look here. And I just looked at the walls because normally I look at those beautiful walls in this room. But he said, okay, that's not what you should be looking at. Look at people. Look at the people staying here. So that's what about we and the world is about. So he made a great remark. Look at people. I just came here by the car and, well, I've already got accustomed to the situation where we don't have students here in the premises of the university, but here are a lot of people. With the moment of silence, we have commemorated those who have perished in the name of Ukraine, and I would like to low bow to them, bow low to them. But on the other hand, many people have perished, and all of them are the carriers of Ukrainian culture. Why are we at war? Why are we fighting? That's because we are the carriers of a different culture. That's why my great thanks go to those who are creating culture. I think that we have become interesting for the world because we are cultural people, because we are brave, courageous, we can resist, we have got some human dignity, and these are the elements of our culture. So that's what about we and the world is about. When we state that Ukraine is unmuted, so we speak not just about the officials, prime minister who is unmuted. We speak about everyone who has become a volunteer, who has taken a machine gun, who has come to the university to teach students. Ukraine unmuted. That's great. And the world keeps talking about us not just because we are fighting for Ukraine, but we are living for the sake of the whole world. And again, this is an element of our culture. That's what's important. What could we be interesting for the world in? I guess it's not in our tanks or iPhones. We could be of interest to the world through our people. We have still preserved a kind of a sparkle of from the past generations, something the world has probably lost, or we have preserved it. Boris Hudyak, let's take him. He once mentioned that our culture is an element of national security, and that's true. Were it not for our culture, I guess that we would not have managed to resist the enemy, and we have preserved our face in life and after death. That is also an element of our culture. But we need to live for the sake of culture, create for the sake of culture, and show the world that we and the world do exist. That's important. I would like to express my gratitude to each of you for your contribution, for your presence, your contribution to the culture, for what you do, what you create. Thanks a lot, and we will definitely win because we united and we are creating culture. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Maksym. That is a good ad hoc answer to my question. And now let me give the floor to Mr. Yurii BOBALO. the rector of the National University Lvivska Polytechnica, professor. So science and arts. These are the words that you can see on the facade of the main building of the university. Students have always been the driving engine of important social changes. Um, that is what we saw during the Orange Revolution, during the Maidan. Many students have already given their lives for Ukraine. What about the role of educational institutions that keeps training people of culture? Because we have got different departments, like Department of Culture Studies and different departments within the field of humanities. So, what about the National University Lvivska Polytechnica? How does it make Ukraine unmuted in the world? What does it do in this respect? And I would like to express our gratitude to you for providing these premises to us. We have a chance to show these premises to the representatives from all over Ukraine. So let me invite the rector, Mr. Yurii BOBALO. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Mr. Deputy Minister, Maksym, Deputy Mayor. You know, the event that is conducted today within the premises of Lviv Polytechnic University is really important. And when the hosts were trying to settle the issue of holding this event within the premises of Lviv University, we didn't have any single doubt as to the fact that it is exactly Lviv Polytechnic University that should help host this event, conduct this event, because Lviv Polytechnic University has got 35,000 students. These are young people who are connected to art and culture. And now, during the war, I guess that we need to settle it that the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian young people primarily need the European culture and not the culture of Ruski Mir. And I think that this is the main task for our teaching staff. I mean, by the teaching staff, not just the representatives of our university, but all academic circles. That's what we should be working at in order to give answers to many different questions. On the facade of the main building of the Polytechnic University, you can see the words science and art. And that shows that not a single science can ever exist without art. And science is primarily an art. Science is all about culture, the culture of relationship between people, the culture of relationship between teachers, lecturers, and we need to take into account the fact that we have got a lot of opportunities for uh, conducting such activity among students. We can, we want, and we need to use this opportunity. At our university, we've got 10 folk ensembles. That is really a great figure, and that is our power, which should be used for us to engage as many lecturers and students in that sort of cultural activity. We also have got the International Institute of Culture and Relationship with Diaspora within the Lviv Polytechnic University, and it also does a great job. It works with students, and not only with students, but it also works with our diaspora. We are trying to use all possible opportunities to kind of make our students cherish Ukraine, have love for Ukraine and Ukrainian culture, and for them to be cultural people or people of culture. I really hope very much that our today's forum will contribute to the development of our further activity, I hope that it will bring in some changes and some of new proposals that could aim at the improved performance. Good luck to you. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you. Thank you, Yurii. And let me welcome Mr. Andrii Moskalenko. Andrii Moskalenko is Deputy Mayor of Lviv on economic development matters. Lviv is a city of culture, and we really can state this. So let me ask Andrii about the Lviv cultural policies at wartime and about the institutional development of Lviv. Lviv has hosted tens of cultural institutions, and besides businesses, many people of culture have relocated to Lviv. So, what could Lviv offer? In the Congress of Culture, we will have a block of migration, so I think that these things will be of interest for the audience. And I also know that, in spite of substantial changes and destructions, uh, some institutions are disappearing from the map of cultural landscape. So what about the rebuilding or building of new institutions? Because we know that UNESCO Hub is going to start functioning in Lviv, and the City Fund of Culture is going to start functioning. So if you could tell a couple of words on this.
Thank you for the question. In this room, we have lots of distinguished people, distinguished regarding their stance, their job, their works, dear rector, dear colleagues from the foundation. We have here Ms. Oleksandr Matvichuk, who is the Nobel Prize winner. We have lots of heads of important institutions that on a daily basis are involved in creating changes. And therefore, it's a very peculiar atmosphere here, and it's to some extent a bit difficult and at the same time easy to speak in front of such an audience. I'll try to answer the question from a serious issue. In 2014, when the war of Russia against Ukraine was launched, was a sort of a boundary for us. We understand that this war started many, many years ago, before 2014, from the moment our identity emerged. And for so many years, the struggle against us was evolving, and unfortunately, it evolved into a full scale invasion. We have had the historical changes, the libraries burned, the cultural figures were killed. And now, what we see is that the enemy is trying to ruin our historical monuments, is to ruin our history. For other peoples in the world not to see our identity, they're trying to take it from this globe. And when we are talking that culture should do something, we understand that culture means specific people. Here, we do not do something general because generalizations result in some elements of colonization. For example, last year we analyzed our streets here in Lviv, and there were 53 streets that were renamed during the process of decolonization. And colonization is something that when people are turned into slaves, when people are trying to show that there is some other culture which is much higher, when it's necessary to just erase certain names from culture. Today we have mentioned the heroes of all the battles who perished for our independence, and I'd like to give some specific examples, because these examples give us some answers. I'm talking about the examples that inspire us and to understand how they influence the world globally. But at the same time, there should be some institutional work done. Here we see the music hall, the organ hall, where we see the evolution. And now this institution is on the map of the musical world. I won't be able to mention everyone, but we see some very successful examples at the national level. For example, the example of Ukrainian Culture Fund, when it was chaired by Yulia. We have lots of answers and examples that show the institutional response. So when we are talking about culture, we are talking about specific people doing very specific things. So the answer to the question is to do, to act, and to change. And I know that here there are people who have already done a lot, who are doing a lot, and who will do a lot tomorrow. I don't want to say that people are watching you and people are following you. It's obvious because people come to your lectures, people get inspired with your words. Yesterday, I attended the event of Ukrainian section, and it is also a very nice event which is upscaled when new standards and new formats are created. I want to thank you for this. This year, and we already have the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. We also will have another foundation working for the benefit of our country. Today, everybody is a Lvivite, a Kyivite, a Kharkiv uh, resident, and this is something we witnessed throughout the recent years. So we are on our way to our victory, and I want to thank everybody for this. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you, Mr. Moskalenko. International Renaissance Foundation has always been supporting us for many years, and we are very grateful for this. And the executive director of the Renaissance Fund, Oleksandr SUSHKO, will be given the following question. The war influenced all the activities of our life. So, how did the war influence setting of priorities? Have the values of your foundation been changed because of this destruct ruinage? So, have you changed your activities? And also, I know that the International Renaissance Foundation is a co organizer um, of a similar event, Ukraine Unmuted and Ukraine Unlocked, another un event. So, what does this unlock and unmute mean for your Renaissance Foundation? Mr. Sushko, please. It's a great honor for me to be here and to participate at the event of this level. And I see that this community is just changing the world. We don't know how people are going to see this period of our history. We definitely can imagine it, but still we don't know how it will be. But what we can do is to influence these current times, and we want it to be remembered not only as the period of the greatest victory and courage, but also as the period of unprecedented evolution of the Ukrainian culture. And there are all the grounds for it. When we are talking to the cultural figures, there are different attitudes and different moods within the community. Some people are talking about the new energy, some people are talking about exhaustion. But I have a hypothesis that this is the starting point for something very important, for a very important page of our culture, a period that will produce a very valuable cultural product that will be valued by the Ukrainians, by the other peoples of the world, and will become a product of new quality, will be a product that represents Ukraine in a new way and will open Ukraine to the world from a new angle. And it seems to me what we see now is actually the launch of this process. Definitely, though we do not have any specific program related to culture, still we are part of it. We are involved into cultural development. And definitely during the war, we had to replan and redirect our activities because we had to respond to the emergencies related by the war. And for example, to mention some big ideas we promote, we have to use this window of opportunity to present Ukraine to the world with new quality. And last year, we assisted the state with opening the Ukrainian Institute in Berlin. This is our institution of cultural diplomacy that is promoting Ukraine in abroad. And the first foreign branch of this institute, with our support, was launched in Berlin. And actually, in a couple of weeks, at the end of October, there will be a next stage, and a similar Ukrainian institute will be opened in Paris. So this process is done with our support and with our participation. It gives us lots of new tools to address the global audiences because through culture you can enter many doors. And I think probably we are not fully aware of the fact how many doors can be opened with the help of culture, particularly in such countries as France, for example, because probably they do not w- feel us politically very well. We were very distant from them politically, but I think it will be much easier for us to show our culture. So these are just a couple of examples about our activities. Definitely there are some other shorter projects and events and meetings. It's very important for us to provide support to the communities, to give people the opportunities to create new platforms or to maintain the already existing ones. The platforms where artistic people and cultural people cooperate. There are also a number of examples like these. And definitely, we help the state set the policy. For example, today we have already mentioned the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. We assisted with strategizing this institution, with launching it, with establishing uh, this institution at the first period when it was set up. And we understand that probably now the state cannot produce the culture. The culture is not produced by the state, but by the people and the institutions. But what the state can do is to launch the policies which is very culture oriented, which is very favorable and beneficial for culture. And if there is such a request and if there are such plans to do it, we are always ready to provide our support in developing policies and in doing it in a qualitative way, in an inclusive way. Now, the public policy actually is not in the focus of attention, but I think it's a mistake. We should promote this public policy, particularly in those areas where there are no state secrecies. And the public policy should be developed in a transparent way, and we are ready to assist all those who are part of it. So I'm very grateful for the fact that we can meet here, and I do hope we shall have very interesting and productive discussions. Thank you very much, Mr. Sushko. And here we also see Khrystyna BOYKO, who is the director of the Changes Foundation. This is a young foundation, probably less experienced, but they already have contributed a lot into the cultural area. And this foundation declares one of the key areas of its activities, which is developing the communities. I know that the foundation cooperates a lot with the cultural community, with the culture initiatives. I understand that the Foundation of Changes supports the Congress of Culture, and it's already a very sustainable and long-standing partnership. So, from your point of view, what is the dynamic of this culture cooperation? Do we have lots of fellow thinkers, and are we becoming more and more capable and powerful? It's very interesting to be the only female participant of this distinguished audience. I have not prepared just a speech, but I would like to share my observations. I specialize in cultural studies and I was also a manager of some cultural projects, but still my knowledge and expertise is not very relevant. And in order to provide some theoretical ideas about the topics for these 3 days. Therefore, I will represent a private local institution that invests into the cultural teams. And I would like to highlight what the local ecosystems of players can do. So, what is our prospects? Why cultural programs should be implemented into new reality, which is quite tough, considering that before the full-scale invasion, we were trying to enhance changes in the society. It means that we were supposed to take on some responsibilities. At one of the lectures, I have heard the phrase that culture is responsibility. And this responsibility means building and understanding the current challenges in order to be ready to develop the scenarios for the future. During the Independence Day, Helena Krug has said that culture today is either weapons or an medical aid kit. And the way we understand our activity, we understand culture both as weapons and as a medical kit, first aid kit. We already bought 120 military vehicles. We also buy boats for the military. We also buy some drones and details for them. But at the same time, we understand that we have to enhance our expertise, how we are going to live tomorrow. And actually, these events, as the today's conference, help us do it. Yulia has mentioned that our focus will be on the communities, and we really do have hopes that this ecosystem will influence both local and geolocal communities. We try to develop our partner communities, and when I am asked, why do you invest in culture? I always answer through the prism of actions of our partners. Our partners is something uh, where we cooperate with the practitioners of theater, musical practices. Projector Foundation have presented the font alphabet, and through this tool they are going to talk about the agency of Ukraine. Akura has organized an exhibition about private collections in order to enhance the heritage of private collectors. Commandos Ukraine sends certain messages to the international youth community. Halaria 101 and Radio Skovoroda shows where the culture is and where it will be for the next years. We also have a number of other organizations and partners responsible for creating culture here and there.
And we're also happy to be watching that we are really a part of this ecosystem. And to conclude with, let me share some valuable observation about the topics to be covered by today's Congress. We will talk about how we see Ukraine, how we talk about Ukraine in the world. And I would say that the local council, the city council, the private local foundation, and the Ukrainian Cultural Fund are the great initiatives that are supporting this discourse from the inside. And let me express my gratitude to people of culture who are at war, who are fighting, and let me wish you 3 days of informative knowledge gaining. Thank you. Thank you, Khrystyna. Unfortunately, the sixth chair is still empty. Um, Mr. Dmytro REKEDA was supposed to be there, but for objective reasons he failed to come. Dmytro REKEDA is the representative of the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. Ukrainian Cultural Fund is a young institution, a new one on the institutional map of the world and of our country. And at the beginning of its activity, it has really done so many great things that over 30 years of independence had not been covered by other institutions, ministries, profile ministries, and some other embodiments of the people who are decision makers. And the most important thing is that this institution has developed a network of young-minded, capable actors, and it has taught them to compete for the state resources. It has shown that the quality and idea behind the quality is very important. It has developed new rules of the game in our field, and it's actually now living through turbulent times because there are some budget restrictions due to the war, but the Institute of the Strategy of Culture, even before the war, won in the rating table with the project Ukrainsky Zriz, or Ukrainians Action. This is a triennale of modern Ukrainian art, and this is one of the uh, first continuous long-term projects taking place in the European capitals of culture. Ukrainian section has been shown in Lviv, Lublin, Kaunas, again in Lviv, and involvement of the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation today stands for the support of Ukrainian section in Lublin. And using the occasion, let me invite all of you to look through the exposition. You will have an exhibition, and you will have an excursion today, and then this will be displayed in Lublin and probably in one of the Czech cities. So we would like to express our gratitude to the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation for their support and for this opportunity to implement this triennale this year within the Congress of Culture. And I would ask you for special attention now because the Congress of Culture is a progressive platform in the field of culture. And here is another welcoming speech from the curator group. That is the speech that will be dedicated to our reality and to the things that are happening in it here. So let me invite Ivana SKYBA-YAKUBOVA. Ivana is the curator of the third day of the block of the Congress of Culture on the Awakening of Voices, and she will tell about some important things. Uh, Thank you, and I'm really grateful to my colleagues for the opportunity provided to me to speak here. We have a special request or appeal to the Cabinet of Ministers and the Verkhovna Rada, which has been prepared by the host community of the Congress. And suppose it echoes with you, it reverberates with you, please join our appeal with your signatures. You can do this alive, and colleagues will bring the printed out text here, or you can do it in social media of the Congress of Culture on the page. So probably it has never been the case that the role of a Ukrainian cultural community has been so fundamental as starting with the 24th of February 2022. For a year and a half of the full-scale invasion, we have seen a lot of cultural process inhibited in Ukraine, but cultural progress has not stopped, and the cultural community has not just resisted the challenges of the time, but has become one of the supports of resistance and one of the driving engines of creation of a new societal agreement. In the background of this sustainability and great progress under catastrophic circumstances, we have particularly noticed how much it depends on the community and its values and its actions, its flexibility and the flexibility of managerial decisions that it all depends on. And the profile ministry is unfortunately behind all that. It's lagging behind, but we have a chance to change this. We have a chance to get the Ministry of Culture Information Policies that would meet the needs of the society and that would not look as the body, the value of which is not clear. The Ministry of Information Policy and Culture definitely needs to become an institution of the new design, as a number of other ones created after the Revolution of Dignity in accordance with the new societal demand. And the leader needs a different approach than the one that we have been watching over the recent years. Of course, we do need the changes which go beyond the mandate of the minister, but still a lot depends on leadership and on a compass that would echo with the values of the society that is now creating a new societal agreement. And of course, not a single new minister is going to change the system that is sick, but the system should be changing over time from day to day for the system not to stagnate or to go into decay. At one point of time, we saw this ongoing movement towards changes when the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation was headed by Yulia Fedyev. Together with her team back then, she proved that it's possible to build a transparent, effective, and flexible system if you have a clear vision, if you have dedicated leadership, dedicated serving, and deep ethics. Yulia Fedyev has really earned our great trust. Unfortunately, we as the community at some point in time failed to protect the achievements made by Yulia and her team from the people who are used to working not according to the rules but against the rules. But anyway, Yulia's team still keeps proving that even in the chronically underfunded field, it's still possible to have success stories that would change the life of the society, would give new guidances that could be a sample to follow. But that is definitely not what has been happening over the recent times in the Ministry of Culture. Today, when the country is um, having some tectonic changes, we still have the old system of culture management, post-Soviet indifference of people to culture, which is open to the world and that echoes with the world values. We have a strange delay in voting for the appointment of Yulia Fedyev, and we think that this is a sign that the old system is again resisting to positive changes. In the Ukrainian Cabinet of Ministers, we already have people whom we can adore, and that sets a very high bar, both inside and outside of the country. And we are sure that Yulia Fedyev is ready to meet those expectations, and her appointment will give us a chance, would give a chance to all of us. So we are urging the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine to submit this candidature for the Minister of Culture as soon as possible, and we would urge the deputies of the Parliament to support Yuliia as the minister, because that appointment goes well within the time when our contemporaries are assessing all our steps, and when the next generations are also assessing those steps for this, and we are working for the sake of those next generations. So the curators and the host of this Congress have already signed this appeal. So in case you support this appeal, please support us with your signatures. Thanks a lot. Thank you. So Ukraine unmuted. You can see that cultural actors are voicing their ideas. So thank you for voicing those suggestions. And I hope, and we all have hope that the dialogue we have been having for such a long period of time, this dialogue between the state and the community is possible, and in this specific case we will see this dialogue act. Thanks a lot to all those who participated in this welcoming ceremony, this opening ceremony. Thank you for your participation, thank you for your support, and for staying with us. We have 3 days of intense work, and in a moment we will start the most exciting part of the Congress, which is the inspirational speeches. That's our practice of inspiring the Congress with our speeches in terms of the concepts, new innovative things. We want to inspire you for those 3 days of work, for you to stay in an inspired mood, to be enthusiastic. And we hope that two very important people will really inspire you. This is the first Ukrainian Nobel Prize laureate Oleksandr Matvichuk, and this is the Lieutenant of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, philosopher, publicist Anatoly Dmytro. So if you have time, please listen attentively to those inspirational speeches. And now we'll have a very, very short break. And before the inspiration speeches, we have the tradition of making group photo. We've got our main photographer here. So I would ask you to um, have this group photo. That is just a tradition. We follow it from year to year. So please, we would ask all of you to join us here. We will remove the chairs and we will make this group photo just to have it as a memory.
while our participants are coming back to this room, I'd like to remind you that the Congress of Culture has a very nice tradition. And this is the tradition of inspirational speeches. The speeches that take place during the first day of Congress and which gave a motivational, inspirational, and even some political impetus. This is something we are going to discuss during these 3 days. Each of these days has its own topic, but these inspirational speeches are, to some extent, an umbrella that cover the multitude of topics we are going to raise. So we are going to raise the topics mentioned in those inspirational words. So it is my great honor to introduce the speakers who will present their inspirational speeches. The first person I would like to invite today actually does not need to be introduced. It's difficult not to know the name of this person. She is a human rights activist, the head of Human Freedom Center, a person who was the Nobel Prize winner, who is the voice of OSCE in Ukraine, who works on documenting the war crimes in Ukraine, who advocates the punishment for the Russian Federation for the crimes committed in Ukraine. Everything that is done by the Center of Civil uh, Freedoms, Liberties is something that is really important. This is something that should be done in order to punish each and every perpetrator, in order to give justice to all the people whose rights have been violated, in order to respect the rights of all of us. And I would like to give the floor to Ms. Oleksandra Matvichuk. Please, you have the floor. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, dear friends. It's a great honor to speak at the Third Congress of Culture. I'm a human rights activist, but I wanted to become a theater director. It was the time when I met Yevhen Sverstyuk, who is the head of Ukrainian PAN, and he actually introduced me to Ukrainian dissidents, and I recognized people from my history book. They were courageous enough to fight the totalitarian Soviet machine. They spent many years in camps, in exiles, in psychiatric hospitals. And since that time, I know, even when you don't have any other tools, but just your word and your own stance, it's already a lot. This experience has determined my life path. I studied law in order to protect the freedom and human dignity. But now I work under conditions when law doesn't work. The Russian troops determinedly ruin the residential buildings, schools, churches, theaters, hospitals. They shoot at evacuation corridors. They torture people in filtration camps. They do illegal deportations. They kill active people in the occupied territories. They indoctrinate the Ukrainian kids into the Russian doctrine. And the entire international UN system cannot stop it. And now, when I'm asked how to protect the rights of people in the occupied territories, I answer, please give weapons to Ukraine. Moreover, following the example of Theodor Adorno, one can ask how one can write poems after the Holocaust, because this war also is of genocide character. At the international level, people still discuss whether the actions of Russia can be called genocide, but one should not be a lawyer to understand a very simple thing. To kill a certain national group, one should not kill all the representatives of this group. One should destroy their identity, and the entire national group will just disappear. Therefore, we have only one choice. We are talking about the very possibility of our existence. If we stop fighting, there won't be any of us. I often lack words in order to explain the reality and circumstances we live in. I document the war crimes for more than 9 years. We sent the first mobile groups to the Crimea, to Donetsk and Luhansk regions in February 2014. Honestly, at that time we didn't understand that it was the war going on, but from the very first days we documented abduction, rape, torturing, and killings of civilians. I personally interviewed more than 100 of people who survived in captivity, and they told me some very awful things. They told me how they were beaten, raped, put into wooden boxes, electrocuted, how their limbs were cut off. I definitely can describe it using the terms of international humanitarian law, but legal expressions do not convey this experience. Therefore, I always say that we not just document violations of the Hague and Geneva Conventions. What we document is human pain. Russia is consciously committing these war crimes. Russia wants to break resistance and occupy the country through inflicting pain to the civilians. Russia uses pain as a tool. So we are working with the consequences of the Russian culture. For me, the Russian culture is not some golden parts, for example, the Russian ballet or the works of the famous Russian writers. For me, the Russian culture is the bodies of people with the hands tied behind their back who were found in the streets, in their yards, in mass graves. And those of us who have been there will never forget that spring and that smell. Culture is not only about artistic artifacts or some mass products. Culture is about senses transferred from generation to generation, which form established patterns of behavior. And this war is of value-based dimension. It is not the war between two countries, Russia and Ukraine. This is the war of two systems, authoritarian and democratic. And every one of this system, each of these systems has its own set of values with different cultural layers. There are certain cultural positions that the empires are built on. There are certain cultural establishments that support authoritarian regimes. Even the established relationship between people reflect understanding of the society, what could be the political power in place, whether there will be some space for dignity and freedom, what are the appropriate administration methods, and personal things become political one. In Norway, the women have equal rights with the men. In Afghanistan, the women are forbidden to study at universities, while in Russia, domestic violence is decriminalized, because it's always the projection of what the very power is doing with its own society. We document human pain in order to deconstruct one of the constituents of the Russian culture. This is the tradition of lack of punishment. Russian military officers committed atrocities in Chechnya, Moldova, Georgia, Mali, Syria, and Libya. They have never been punished for this. They believed that they can do whatever they want. And when I'm asked why they were shooting at a vehicle with mother and her kids, the vehicle which they gave permission to evacuation, and they actually waved goodbye to these people. I have a very simple answer. There was no legitimate goal to do it. There was no military necessity to do it. The Russians did it just because they could. Russia is empire, and there is great truth in the words of Volodymyr Yermolenko that empire has its center, but it doesn't have any boundaries. Culture for empires is only one of the tools of expansion and assimilation of the subordinated peoples, as well as the language of the empire. Therefore, it's not a surprise that first we see Russian tanks in Kherson, and then immediately after this we have the banners with billboards with Pushkin. These are road signs with which the Russian Empire is marking the occupied territories. Usage of the Russian culture is admitted openly. The director of Russian Hermitage says, before the beginning of special operations, there have been exhibitions of Russian museums all over Ukraine, and it was the so-called our own special operation, great cultural offense. And now, in response to this great cultural offense, lots of people want to cancel the Russian culture, but denying something will lead you nowhere, will bring you nowhere. We have to create something of our own. The world has been looking at Ukraine through the Russian prism, and now we have to explain very simple but not obvious things for them. I like to bring a very nice example with renaming Edgar Degas' picture. The picture was uh, called the Russian dancers, how, though there were women in the traditional Ukrainian clothes depicted there. And only several months ago, the administration of the museum heard the Ukrainian culture activists and changed the name of the picture into the dancers in Ukrainian costumes. Probably they still think these were the Russian dancers, but just in Ukrainian costumes. Still, it is the beginning of a very important process of rethinking. In this war, we have already got the agency, including also our voice. We have something to say, and Ukraine has to give the world the census.
The first thing here is that, and the first sense is that freedom and democracy need to be protected. Freedom as the choice between cheese sorts in supermarket. And that's why they are ready to exchange freedom for economic welfare, promises of security, or their own comfort. But human rights and freedoms cannot be fought once and forever. On a daily basis, we are making our choices. The second sense is that peace does not come when the country attacked gives up and puts down the weapons. That is not peace, that is occupation or invasion. And occupation is just a different form of war. Occupation is not just about the change of the state flag with the other one. Occupation is about torturing, deportations, compulsory adoptions, ban on identity, filtration camps, mass graves. Ukraine is fighting not just for its territories, but for the people who reside there. We cannot leave people in the occupied territories to be tortured to death. The lives of people cannot be treated as a political compromise. Sustainable peace is the freedom of living without fear and the opportunity to have a long term prospect. That's why the calls for Ukraine to stop protecting, to stop defending, and to satisfy the imperial appetites of Russia are not just erroneous, they are immoral. The third sense is that unpunished evil keeps growing. Nazi war criminals were punished during the Nuremberg Tribunal, but the Soviet totalitarian Gulag was never either condemned or punished. And now, the evil keeps coming back and back again in the form of the destroyed 500,000 Grozny Russian, the Aleppo bombarded by Russians, the city of Mariupol erased by the fire, and the bodies of killed people in the streets of Bucha. The world has got accustomed to yielding to the authoritarian regimes. The world has kept shaking hands with the Russian leadership, building gas pipelines, and doing business as usual. But we need to break this circle, vicious circle of impunity. The life of every person matters. Every person who has been affected by the Russian aggression should have a chance to justice. And we need to ask ourselves an honest question. How are we going to tackle the trauma of war? How are we going to sew the country back and to restore the torn away context between people who have got so much different experience during the war? How do we preserve the space for solidarity creation of the culture of an open society on the basis of democratic values? In other words, how do we not lose what we are fighting for during the war? Ukraine of the future depends on the answers we give to those questions today. Will we be able to build not shaky structures but sustainable democratic institutions in the post war country? Will we manage to win the war and not to lose peace? War poisons. That is too much of pain and despair, too much of hatred. And people who can do nothing about their perpetrators start affecting the ones they can reach, which means themselves and ourselves. War unites only for a period of time when there is an acute existential threat, but later, if we don't work with this, some visible lines of fracture will be something that will destroy the societal organism. I don't have any simple or quick answers to those questions, but I do hope that while looking for them, cultural actors will take our experience as helpful. We document the stories of people who have gone through hell, and it is in our joint base of the Initiative Tribunal for Putin that we have got more than 50,000 episodes of war crimes, which include sexual violence crimes during the war. The people who have experienced this quite often don't go to police and they are not ready to talk about what I have experienced, even with human rights activists, because every single mention of this crime makes them feel ashamed. Besides that, rape is quite often a part of the terror against civil residents aimed at gaining control over the region and stopping the resistance. So the sexual violence is aimed at the society in general, though it affects specific people. It works as follows. People who have experienced this feel ashamed. Their relatives feel guilty that they failed to protect that. Some members of the community are in the fear of being subjected to the same treatment. So as a result, that weakens social contacts between people and makes it easier for the invaders to gain control over the region. Human rights activists don't call these people victims of sexual violence. We apply reframing and we talk about survivors, the people who have survived sexual violence. The essence of the very crime does not change, but the focus has changed, it's shifted, since people who focus too much on their being a victim cannot overcome this experience and move on. The position of the victim is dangerous for us. In this society where millions of people are hurt by the war, we need to find a way of transforming this pain into the life giving energy. And I know that this is possible since I've seen it happen. In February, March last year, I stayed with a part of my team in Kiev, and back then, Russian troops were trying to circle the city to siege it. Uh, in April, when we could already leave, I got some irrational fear. I thought that if I leave my native city for a long period of time, I will have no place to go back to. And it was only in May that I first went on my business trip to Norway. The organizers suggested that I should visit a notorious island where Breivik executed and killed tens of children, children who had come to attend a camp for children. To tell the truth, I wanted to give a polite rejection. I had just come from Ukraine, where the whole country was the total space for crime. But when we took the ferry and were approaching the island, we were met by children who had just completed their camping, and they were singing songs. I stayed just for a couple of hours on that island, but I'm still inspired with this example of transformation of the space, experience, and pain. People in Norway managed to preserve the census. If we stopped holding camps for children here, it would mean that he has won. That is what the organizers explained to me. We do have something to rely on. Yes, I will never wish anyone to have the experience we have had, but these ordeals and these trials make us show our best traits. Fight for freedom, undertake responsibility, be courageous, pass complex but right decisions, help each other. As never before, we feel so much acutely what it means to be humans, and humans are doomed to creation. Yesterday, our teacher, a scholar, a religion studies scholar, our teacher Ihor Kozlovsky passed away. He spent 2 years in captivity, but he kept a light inside him, and he was sharing this light very generally. So many of those present here loved him and knew him. So let me finish my speech with his words. For almost 2 years of captivity, I kept using this very practice, which I called the boomerang of love. You just throw the boomerang of love into the space, and even when you are staying in isolation in the desk cell and somebody feels bad side by side with you, you can send food, a book, or just an ordinary word to him or her, and that worked. This boomerang of love uh, makes our life continue and makes it full of sense. That is why, because that is because we are people, and people have got the human dimension of their lives, and that dimension is called love. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Oleksandra, for this a message which we really need badly today and which acts as the reminder of some things we need to bear in mind in a crystal clear way. And now let me introduce the second inspirational motivational speaker of ours. That is a writer, an artist, a member of Ukrainian PEN, and for many years he has been recording interviews with Ukrainian and foreign intellectuals, and he was also engaged in the development of documents on the cultural policy of Ukraine, on the return of the occupied Crimea and eastern regions of Ukraine that are under temporary occupation. And in the spring of last year, he joined the armed forces of Ukraine, and now he's the officer of the armed forces of Ukraine. So let me invite our inspirational speaker, Anatoly Dnystrovy. Good morning, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to speak at the Third Congress of Culture and to see like-minded people here, the people who are actually working on a cultural policy, cultural practices, cultural strategies, and moving them on, and generally conveying the position of Ukraine to the world using the soft means that we all are experts in. You know, there are some ideas voiced that in the times of such great challenges of this fight, we cannot deal with culture. They seem to be funny. I don't know how to respond to such ideas, not to be over emotional, but if we recall one of the Churchill's citations and what are we then fighting for? Um, Already now, having 18 months of fight behind our shoulders, we could ask a different question. Could we imagine our fight with no culture? If we have a look at those 18 months of activity of the sector, or let's call it not even the sector, but this great space of strategists, managers of culture, artists, practitioners, theoreticians, and people who represent Ukraine in different corners of the world, well, that is unprecedented informational impact if we speak in military terms already. So that is a substantial front line and a substantial platform for work which should be kept on because we realize that this war at the beginning of the 21st century that still goes on in Europe is probably the first war where military actions and weapons are supported by hybrid events, by information measures. That is an unprecedented war. It's not a TV war in Iraq when TV made this war a kind of a supportive war on many tiers. And in fact, Ukraine has become the first state in the 21st century to be involved in that war, not war of its choice. We need to clearly realize that, and we need to understand that we have great resources for waging this war, which is our culture, relevant Ukrainian culture. Of course, my speech will be published in Livy Barach, and you will be able to read it. But I will just point out some of the key points of the speech um, that will probably reverberate the most and will appeal to you the most at this event. So the first issue I'm really concerned about is the issue of diversification. Quite often, I try to follow the officials, in particular regional authorities, and how they interpret this notion. And this is really tragic because their idea of diversification is very narrow. It's just about changing some tables, some names. Do you know how is this process is taking place in Kiev? There have been some observations made that streets in Kiev are having Soviet names replaced with Ukrainian names, but the first and the last letter are the same. For example, Popudrenko is replaced with Polobodko. So it's kind of artificial renaming, artificial diversification, and it's kind of absurd and even dangerous. Why dangerous? Because if we treat diversification as the process of decolonizing, which is not yet completed, which is going on, and in which all our predecessors have been involved, starting with Nechui Levitsky, Khmelyovy, with his pamphlets, these are people from the 20th century, poets and writers. So if we consider diversification from that point of view, so it's all about the radical change of the symbolic field. So that is the process that should be strategized, and it should be a visionary process, vision-based process. And in this vision, we should combine the past, the present, and some future projections. Let me give you an example of why it is really a matter of principle for Ukraine. We understand it clearly that the regional specificity of Ukraine is there. Um, it has got different formats of the past. It involves different formats of the past. For example, the west of Ukraine, which experienced its stay in the Austro-Hungarian Empire and which did not stay for a long period of time under the Bolshevik ego, so they will have their own peculiarities. But at the same time, we also do have regions where it's more difficult to do this. Suppose I went last year to Nizhyn with photographer Slava Rohotinsky. We went to produce a report there, and I just wanted to be his guide because I used to study in Nizhyn. And Slava said that, okay, all the marks, all the labels, all the names here are either Soviet, well, in spite of the fact that the street names have changed, but these are imperial marks, imperial time marks. We don't have Nizhyn represented from the time of Rzeczpospolita or the Great Lithuanian Kingdom, dukeship. We don't have vision of the period of independence of Ukraine or even of the post-Soviet period. So what it means is that, in fact, we have great resources, but the resources are not engaged because we don't have any strategy. Any strategy that would be based on the data from the historical archives. There is no strategy in the information space in the field of culture, and that's why we've got this just facade renaming. Well, in some areas it's a little bit better, in some areas the situation is a little bit worse. For this region, which I call the Hetman territory, we need to apply even a different strategy. It's really important to have this strategy in order to work with historical memory. Suppose if we take the different cities of Ukraine where the Cossack units, Cossack regiment stayed. It's all about culture, it's all about tourism, but nobody is dealing with this area of historical data. So we have a lot of work to do in the future, and we need to find someone who would do this job, in particular state level institutions and regional level authorities.
Have a look at a very interesting example of strategizing which was offered by Kharkiv. You have probably heard that recently the festival was launched in Kharkiv, which was called the Fifth Kharkiv. I will explain where the concept came from. Yurii Shevelyov had a novel about Kharkiv, and he provides a unique description of Kharkiv at the level of five different epochs. The first Kharkiv is that of craftsmen. The second Kharkiv is the empire city of merchants. The third Kharkiv is the city of explosion of Ukrainian culture. This is Mykola Khvelyovy, Vaplite, avant-garde, futurism, constructivism. So this is the breakthrough of Ukrainian culture. And then we have the fourth Kharkiv, which is the Soviet Union mentality, vagueness and facelessness. And the fifth Kharkiv, according to Shevelyov, should become the city of future, creative freedoms, creative ideas, the dream city of Yurii Shevelyov. Just think about this interesting concept, combining both the past, the present, and the future. So this level of diversification and decolonization is something we should be talking about because this is a strategic area for me, and this is actually the forum of building a new policy of historical and cultural heritage and memory. A separate issue related to the previous one, a very important topic, is to actually get settled with our Soviet past, our Soviet heritage. What I mean, during the Russian imperialism and Bolshevik period, Ukrainian culture cannot be equaled to the culture of the empire and Bolshevik culture because if we follow this false route, it means we shall actually reject our avant garde, our futurism, and it will work, it will play into the hands of the enemy state. So we cannot allow this to happen. So there are a number of areas where we can dispel these pseudo ties manipulated by Russians who say that this is just one culture. I would like to mention one successful project that was implemented. That was an artistic museum, Ukrainian art of 1937-1939. It was from the collection of the National Artistic Museum of Ukraine. It was a real boost because we saw that our archive has very unique things, and these things belong to the cultures of the Bolshevik Ukraine. And just think, if the historians, if the political scientists have already understood that the Ukrainian national communism, Khvelyovy, Shumsky, Skripnik, can be considered as a part and parcel of our independence discourse. So in this case, we should have a similar methodological procedure about the Ukrainian cultural heritage of the Soviet period. We should research it, we should be active in the area, and we should cross the dot the I's and cross the T's. Another question is how we should act at the global level. Actually, the question has already been raised without the accents I put. But what do I mean? I have already mentioned today that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is accompanied by unprecedented information and psychological things. From this point of view, we should understand that we are faced with a constant challenge, and this is the enemy propaganda. This is the enemy information and psychological operations, which are constantly going on. This is the information war, and in this war, it is impossible to break the enemy line, to have some additional resources, and wait for the new stage of the war. This is an ongoing process, a very complicated one, and there are no situational victories there. If we have a look at the resources spent by Russia on the propaganda and disinformation all over the world, we'll see that the consequences are really awful. Through the controlled mm, propaganda and disinformation, they send the entire governments to they make the entire governments resign. Think about the Czech Republic, about Italy, about Boris Johnson's government that actually had to resign with the activities of the independent, which is controlled by Russians. So they have huge resources in order to divide the unity of both European society and politicum and the unity of the European societies and actually shake their political ground. That's why the experts of strategic communications of Ukraine have to establish the so-called information Rammstein. Information Rammstein is the metaphor which means that the voice of Ukraine should be heard. And I think it's a mistake to equal this voice exclusively with the state institutions. There should be a matrix shared by many European society, by the society of our allies and many other countries of the world. This should be a voice that says the truth. The voice will be able to fight the stereotype of enemy propaganda. For example, we watch BBC, a film about Vikings, and there is a phrase mentioned, the Russian Vikings of Kievan Rus. Just think about this message. This is BBC, great documentalists, and still they allow these things. It means they have been under influence of the Russian stereotypes, and these stereotypes should be ruined, should be dispelled. We should all the time provide certain alternative points of view. Another issue, the cultural community already has experience of being a model of unified communication. What I mean by this? The major consensus achieved by the Ukrainian intellectuals and public opinion leaders, artists including, is that we should not sit with Russians at one communication table. Why we should not do it? Because the Russians, in this or that way, would like to bring all the talks about Ukraine to the talks about Russia, about unhappy and miserable Russian people, about them being also the victims, about them being deceived, and so on and so forth. So this is a covert information campaign conducted by the Russian representatives, and this is something the organizers of different events often fall for, particularly if we are talking about certain intellectual events or roundtable discussions. So they want to reconcile Ukraine and uh, Russia. They have probably their own psychological trauma, and therefore they would like to have this reconciliation to happen. So this is our task. All the representatives of culture, all those participating at some communication events in other countries. There is another example which is not understood by many foreigners. I'm talking about the so called Great Russian culture. They do not understand how it works. The director of Russian Hermitage Museum, Mikhail Piotrovsky, in an interview with a Russian newspaper, said that any Russian cultural or artistic event abroad, any exhibition, is an active event. It is a powerful cultural offensive. If you like, a special operation. This is the phrase that can be said by a classical representative of our special intelligence service. And there was an article of Jürgen Habermas, and actually it was the article, Habermas was a very distinguished person we looked up to, and Anatoly Yermolenko, head of the Philosophy Museum, wrote a unique article explaining Habermas' false stance about reconciliation. Why? What is actually behind reconciliation, and why these are the Russians behind it? And Habermas was not the only one. There are lots of different Habermases like this at different strategic levels. Therefore, it is great responsibility. We have lots of things to do, and this responsibility lies on our communicators from culture. We have to work with foreign societies. Why I'm talking about foreign societies? Because societies are more empathic. Probably you remember how the German politicum was slowly turning towards Ukraine. During the first 6 months of war, the German political apparatus was somehow a bit isolated from this war. But then there was some waves in the society. There were some movements among the German artists. One lady said that if German politicians do not change their stance on this war, she would refuse German citizenship. And it was a sort of an explosion that influenced the entire society, and as a result, the public opinion has changed. So there are tools of influence which probably we are not fully aware of, but actually these tools are in the hands of cultural activists. Another thing is to ensure constant media presence of Ukraine in the global media space. There are two processes going on here. The first one is of that is the process done by Russian propaganda that people got tired of war in Ukraine. They constantly stress the social issues. They say that, for example, look, the energy carriers become more expensive, the prices are increasing. They try to play this card of being tired of the war in Ukraine. The best way to combat and counteract it is to present Ukraine in some creative way, showing its culture, its modern artistic processes, its cultural riches. And this channel will be another news channel which will keep Ukraine in the global media space. And I think this is also something we should be responsible for. Two more issues which are of conceptual nature. 10 years ago, 2013, I worked at the National Institute for Strategic Research, and my sector was responsible for the project of the Ukrainian Institute. Oksana Rozumna wrote a number of analytical documents. I wrote some materials. 10 years have passed. We have a unique team of this institute, but we do not have the very centers of Ukrainian institutes due to lack of funding. And it seems to me here we should also exert our pressure on our government for them to develop this strategic area. Because if we have this network of Ukrainian institutes in the international arena, we'll probably be able to improve and enhance the presence of Ukraine in global media space. So this work also requires some consolidated approach. Probably we should prepare some petition, some motions to develop this area of cultural activity. I'm convinced that the opening of branches of Ukrainian institutes in different countries of the world probably requires crowdfunding. We have lots of rich people in Ukraine. These are people with good resources. So I don't think it's difficult to buy a building in some foreign cities and lodge Ukrainian institutions. Another point, we know that people are interested in Ukraine now, but and Slavic studies is reshaped. There are two interesting issues here. Ukrainian studies become popular as part of the Slavic studies, so it is in demand, and therefore there is a request for Ukrainian experts. And another point is that the Russian studies are deconstructed, and the Ukrainian experts should actually take an offense on the Russian centers and actually deliver the Ukrainian vision on the Russian studies. I think it would be something unique and it would be something that would reshape these 200 years of Russian domination in the Slavic studies. So this is another direction of our activities. And probably the most important issue is digitalizing our archives, our cultural heritage. It seems to me this is unprecedented way because it requires lots of efforts and resources. I have a friend, Diana Klitschko, who is an art expert, and actually the book will be published, Hidden Art, about something kept in special funds and special archives. And once she told me that digitalization of the Ukrainian cultural content will change understanding of the Ukrainians about themselves, about their culture and history. let alone the changes it will bring at the international level. So once again, we come back to the issue of differentiation because the Russians actually feed on our heritage, and we shall provide certain historical facts. You remember how the Muscovites stole the name Rus, and lots of Europeans have forgotten that once in Europe they published maps where there were two different names, Rus and Moscovia. So there is lots of work related to archives. Recently, I've read an article of our experts that said that in Ukraine we have more than 12 millions of museum exhibits. Probably not all of them are now in Ukraine, some of them are in the temporarily occupied territories. But 12 millions of museum artifacts, museum exhibits are not processed, are not described, are not digitalized, and therefore not properly represented. So, once again, it presupposes lots of work for many generations. And I think that primarily we have to find probably some foreign donors for these activities. Currently, we understand that the country which is at war cannot afford such researchers. About 36 percent of the state budget go to the payments to the Ukrainian military people. So, in case Russia mobilizes 400,000 uh, conscripts, it means Ukraine will have to do the same. And therefore, the biggest part of our budget will go on to military purposes. So, what I'm talking about are certain strategic priorities. I do not think that they should not be raised now, but I think that we should make these small steps in order to reach our great goal. Probably we should try and find these opportunities and resources. And my final point is related to creativity itself. I understand that what we are talking about, I mean, messages, information policy, all these things are great, but creative content, the cultural product, is vital. People have different attitudes to these terms. Whether we want it or not, Ukraine should produce these cultural works. We should generate poetry, novels, plays. Now we are talking not only about cultural diplomacy, but about theater diplomacy. Just imagine that a group of Ukrainian theaters have a tour around Europe, and as a result, they maintain this information activity, and this is important. And finally, I would like to quote Václav Havel. In his letter to Gustav Husák, he's writing about the Czech novel, and I would like to give the context of this letter. The letter was written 7 years after the suppression of the Russians of the Prague Spring, and Václav Havel is thinking about the Czech novel. If in recent years not a single new Czech novel appeared on the shelves of bookstores, which would significantly expand our framework of knowledge about the world. This wouldn't have any external manifestation. Readers will not go with the protest because of that, and in the end, there will always be something to read. However, who can determine what this fact means for the Czech society. Who knows how this gap will be reflected in the spiritual and moral climate of the coming years? How much will our ability to know ourselves um, weaken? To what extent will this lack of cultural self awareness affect those who start doing it today or tomorrow? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's create, communicate, and fight because creativity is also an opportunity to get rid of white spots in our history. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Anatoly Dmytrovy, for these inspirational words. And we do not make any breaks because we are a bit behind our agenda. I do hope we'll be able somehow to get rid of it. I understand that we have to take a very short technical break because our next discussion will be of hybrid character, partially offline, partially online. And our next talk will be in English. So please, dear listeners, I kindly invite you to take the headphones to listen simultaneous interpretation. Dear friends, we shall try to create the atmosphere of the events. We want this atmosphere to actually invite here those colleagues of ours who are still enjoying the coffee break. So we are going to start. I would like to remind you that we are going to speak English, and if the participants need simultaneous interpretation, please take the headphones. And before I introduce our speakers and the topic of our conversation, I would like to briefly tell you about the very idea of this first day, which is called the language of war.
um, wonderful speakers and
До
the
того, як я
discussion. I'm
представлю наших
very
чудових
sorry for this
спікерів,
delay.
я хотів би вибачитись за цю
This is
невеличку
the
затримку.
ongoing, the first day of the Congress, so we are
Це
trying to
перший
keep
день нашого
everything under
конгресу.
control, but
Ми намагаємося
these
тримати все
delays
під контролем, але
it
ви
happens
розумієте,
sometimes,
що
so I'm very
іноді
sorry for it.
затримки
But before
відбуваються, уникнути
I
їх не зовсім
introduce our
можливо.
speakers,
До того, як я
I'm going to describe very shortly the very idea of this first day of the Congress of Culture, which is called the language of war, мова війни. Чому, власне, ми вирішили почати Конгрес культури 23-го року з питань мови? Чому мова війни? Чому не реальність війни? Чому не речі війни? Чому не люди війни? Мені і моїй колезі Зоряні Рибчинській, культурологині, з якою разом ми
topic and plan the program for this first day, for us it seemed that the language in culture is the most important because we live in the world we describe with words. We all remember the Heidegger idea where the language is the place of existence. So we live now in the house of big disasters, and it depends only on us whether we'll be able to describe this house, this building, with proper words. And the point is whether we are going to feel comfortable there, whether we'll be able to function in this modified reality if we find proper words to describe it. But here I would like to refer to what has already been said in the inspirational speech by Oleksandr Matviichuk. She said that the most important thing is to punish each and every crime, because if the crime is unpunished, it will live, it will continue. The crime which is not punished, first of all, is the crime which is not named. And this is something very important. We are the people of culture. We are the people who create the language, who influence the language. For us, it means great responsibility. Probably you have read the description of the idea of the first day of the Congress of Culture, and we refer to Mr. Lemkin, the human rights activist, the lawyer who actually changed our way of thinking about the crimes. He was not born in Lviv, but he was a student of Lviv University. Probably lots of him know the book East and West Street, East West Street about Raphael Lemkin. And Raphael Lemkin in his time understood that in order to name the things happening during the Second World War, in order to name Holocaust, in order to name the mass crimes happening at that time, it was not enough to use the language that existed at that time. It was necessary to create some new terminology. And from the remnants of the existing words, he created the word genocide, which did not exist before that, in order to qualify the crime properly. It was such a crime that the language of that time didn't have a proper word for that. So I want us during this first day to talk what kind of changes happen to our language, how these changes in the language influence the culture and vice versa, how our work with the culture influences the language. And I want us to think about responsibility regarding our work with the language during the times of war. Our conversation here and now is called Translating the Experience of War. Probably it will be the most international panel during our Congress. We have three panelists representing three countries. Саме тому ми будемо
But
говорити
as a native
англійською
language
мовою,
for
як
Robert, for example, but for
міжнародною
Krzysztof
мовою.
and for Diana, it's
Е,
not a native language
Для
as
Кшиштофа,
well as for
для
me.
Діани і для мене це
Ем,
рідна мова, це
І
так і
я
міжнародна мова
зараз
спілкування.
маю величезну честь представити цих спікерів.
So
Всі
it's my
вони в
great
той чи
pleasure
інший
now to
спосіб
introduce our
пов'язані одним
distinguished
проєктом,
panelists,
про який ми
because
скажемо
to some
трошечки
extent
пізніше.
they are related by one project, and we'll tell you about the project a little bit later. There is a very interesting joint platform. I will probably start with a person who is present here with us offline, Mr. Krzysztof Czyżewski, who, despite some traveling issues, managed to come here. Krzysztof is a Polish practitioner of culture, so he is not just a theoretician, but a person who is practically involved in creating culture. So he is a writer, he is a publisher, he is a person of dialogue, if I can describe him like this. He is a co-founder of the most active Polish institutions, uh, which is on the borderline between different things between, for example, so it is in the boundary between Poland and Lithuania called Pogranicze. So he's a professor, he's a lecturer at a number of European universities, and he's a great friend of Ukraine. He is one of those ambassadors of Ukrainian culture in Poland as a publisher, as a culture trigger, so to say. He is the one who is delivering our messages, our works to the Polish and not only Polish audiences. And tonight at 5 o'clock in our cultural center Zyga, there will be the presentation of a series of translation of Ukrainian poetry published by Krzysztof Czyżewski in his publishing house Pogranicze, like the boundaries. The second speaker panelist is Miss Diana Wonak, who is with us online. Diana, we want to welcome you. She is a researcher in the area of social anthropology and cultural policies with the focus on Ukraine and Hungary. Diana is from Hungary, but currently she lives in Great Britain. She has the degree of the Doctor of Philosophy of one of the British universities. She's a fellow researcher at St. Andrews University, and she is working with the topic of Donbass, um, the industry in the Ukrainian East. Diana participates in a number of research and teaching projects. She got a scholarship from the Center of History, also from Vienna University. And what is also very important, Diana is the translator, translating Ukrainian literature into Hungarian, and she's also a writer herself. And we would like to welcome Robert Campbell.
Because physically Robert is now in Japan, in Tokyo. Robert Campbell, Dr. Robert Campbell є дослідником.
Robert Campbell is a researcher of Ukrainian literature in Tokyo University. He is the consultant of the House of Literature, Professor Emeritus of Tokyo University, and former head of the Institute of Japanese Literature. Robert Campbell is a TV host of cultural programs at Japanese TV channels. And he is also a great friend and ambassador of Ukraine in Japan, in the country which geographically is far from us, but, and I had a chance to witness it, still the country which is spiritually close to us. So now it's the time to explain why I have invited to this panel Krzysztof, Robert, and Diana, because all three panelists are related to a project, documentary and literary project, which is called the Glossary of War, the Dictionary of War. This is the project which was born from the interviews with people who were witnesses or victims of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. I have started collecting these monologues of people from the very beginning of the full-scale invasion. So now this project has already been translated into dozens of languages. The book was published in Poland, the Slovak Republic, and Germany, and the books are prepared to be published in Romania and Japan and many other countries. And our speakers are either the translators of this documentary book about the Ukrainian resistance to the Russian invasion, or the publishers. So this is, for example, the book published in the Pogranicze publishing houses. This is the book with the illustrations of the Ukrainian artist from Irpin, Anastasia Avramchuk. Diana translated the Dictionary of War into Hungarian. Robert Campbell is translating this Dictionary of War into Japanese.
Main topic, the core idea of our today's conversation will be the role of and the very possibility to translate basically the experience which seems to be basically untranslatable, the experience of war, the experience of the extreme violence, experience which is very hard to express even in a native language. Most of us who survived and continue to go through these war challenges know how difficult sometimes is to find the appropriate words to express this this experience, to find the terms, to find the formulas in order to state it somehow. But translating it must be translating it not only into foreign languages, but into the foreign other cultures. Very often the cultures which don't have a recent experience of war or military conflict. We must admit that probably most of human cultures on this earth have this experience in the history, but sometimes this experience is very distant. What does it mean to translate our testimonies, our literature, our reflections about war into foreign languages? And I will try with first question to Diana. To you as a translator and as author yourself, we often say that translator, the first question will be very emotional. I think it's sometimes very good to start with emotions, to start with feelings. We translators often say that translator is the one who experiences the text very deeply, sometimes even deeper than the author, because we have to experience each word, each tiny moment of the text we translate. What does it mean personally for you to translate war, texts about war? What does it mean emotionally, morally, and conceptually for you?
I'll first of all, вітаю всіх в аудиторії. I'll start with a sort of disclaimer, I think. So I think Ostap mentioned that I'm a social anthropologist, and because of that, I often think that I'm a shoddy translator. I might not come from a sort of very adequate background. I don't come from a philology education. And because of this, my relationship with the Ukrainian language has been really through the everyday language, through hundreds of interviews I've conducted in the course of the past 9 years, the conversations I've listened into, and the experience of language as an environment. This is how I did learn, of course, Ukrainian in a structured way. I have read grammar books. I'm not saying that that is missing for me, but I haven't arrived at this language through reading. It was the other way around. I've been interviewing people, listening to people, and I realized that I spent a year in Ukraine in 2015, 16, and then the experience of the war in Donbass was incredibly strong and fresh across the country. And although I spent most of my time in Lviv, I traveled around a lot. And I've also talked to lots of people who were displaced. And it was through that experience, for me, it was almost an overwhelming encounter with language, that I started to read contemporary Ukrainian poetry, mostly poetry, because I felt that it showed something about this language, a sort of concentration of the same thing that I experience in my travels, in my interviews. And when I read authors like Lyuba Yakimchuk or Irina Shuvalova, Zhadan's emerging war poetry, that was the moment when I felt that I must translate this. So I sort of arrived at translating Ukrainian exactly through this encounter with language and war, this nexus of language and war. And I felt the need to translate it because I felt that this is nothing like what I see in Hungary right now. It was so different. It was something that I felt I needed to, in a way, bring home. And I did that for two reasons. Partly because I felt that my own country needs this. This is a sort of idealistic, whatever, moral mission. And on the other hand, it was also a very selfish mission. I needed to see what all of these experiences that sort of happened to me through living in Ukraine and through reading contemporary Ukrainian literature, what all of these experiences mean in my mother tongue for me. And I had to work that through. So in that sense, translation was not something that arrived at a comfortable place or an existing place, because that space in language was not exactly worked through for me. And in the process, I discovered the literature that is written by Hungarian minority authors who are from Serbia, because there is, around exactly this time, there was an emerging literature of war, of the Balkan Wars, a sort of half generation after the event. And these two things sort of cross-fertilize each other in my work. And if I think about the work I've done in the past year and a half, for me, it's very much influenced by two things. One is that I was in Kiev 3 months leading up to the invasion, and I've spent something like 4 months in the country since the invasion. So for me, a lot of the texts that I was translating were somehow overwhelming, sometimes slightly triggering. I don't want to pretend that I have been affected by this war the same way as if I was a local person, but because I've traveled again around the country, I have very close friends, and I've been listening to their stories, and I've spent months doing night shifts at the train station in Budapest when everybody was arriving, and these night conversations, exactly the kind of conversations that are present in Slovnik Mini. These are my first, so if I close my eyes and I think about all of this, these sort of fragments of conversations are what I hear. And because of that, it was disorienting and slightly difficult for me to kind of clear the ground and to step out of this and to have the kind of distance you need to have as a translator. And I don't want to speak for too long, so I'll close with one anecdote. I translated a play written by Andrii Bondarenko. It was written very early on, I think maybe in April. And I translated it late autumn for, it was staged in December. And when I worked through the text, I had to think about all these technical things like the rhythm, the sort of the cadence of the sentences, phonetics, registers, all these issues around technical vocabulary, all sorts of things like that. And after that, I came away with a sense of almost numbness, and I wasn't sure whether I did a good job. And then when it was staged, it's a monodrama, it's a monologue, and it was an incredibly good elderly actor, Hungarian actor who staged it. And when he did that, that was when I understood the emotions that are packed in that text, and that I actually managed to translate that well enough. So even though I worked very closely with it, and I spent a lot of time, line by line, thinking about all these phrases, I myself wasn't in an emotional state that I could let these emotions in properly. And it was at that moment when it was channeled by a human voice and staged, and it through these tools, it was impossible for me not to let it in. And that was the moment when I had almost like a very unprofessional breakdown, hearing my own translation. I'd never had anything like that before. It was a very interesting moment. And then I understood that you can work with language in a way that it does contain somehow. It's almost like emotions are wrapped into it, and yet it's not necessarily accessible to you in that level of experience or visceral impact. So I think I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Diana. I have one question to you and to Krzysztof, but a little bit later. It concerns probably our personal Ukrainian doubt regarding our literature, whether to which extent is it communicative, and is it enough open to the world? Does it use enough international language in order to express our experience? But it will be one of the next questions. But now I'd like to ask Robert about how our war stories are being read, heard, understood in Japan, because Japan, we know that Japanese audience remembers the war. Or maybe it's better to say that it does not remember the war, maybe, but it is somewhere in the in this public memory or group memory. But the Japanese experience of war is different, and it's very distant in time. Which important matters can the Ukrainian war stories communicate to the Japanese audience? Maybe you have a chance to observe how it is being read and understood by your Japanese readers or listeners. We can't hear you, unfortunately. We can't hear you. There's no sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, you can. Thank you. I apologize for that. I'm joining you today from the NHK studios in Tokyo. It's the national public broadcaster in Japan. Hello, Ostap. It's been a couple of months since we met in Lviv. Hello to Diana and Krzysztof as well. Robert Campbell here. I myself have a couple of disclaimers. First of all, as you mentioned, I believe in your introduction of me, my translation of the Dictionary of War hasn't come out yet. It's scheduled to appear in Japanese at the beginning of December this year, and I'm really looking forward to sending you all copies of that to let you know at least what it looks like and so forth. The second disclaimer is that unlike Diana and Krzysztof, I don't read or speak Ukrainian myself. It's a retranslation. What I'm working on is a retranslation through the English. A very excellent translator, Taras Malkovich, created a draft which I'm working with, and also with the cooperation of a Japanese Ukrainian literature and history scholar who is informing and checking on my translations for me. My motivations, I have my own very, very strong motivations for this. That would be a similar answer to a question which you didn't point at me, which would be similar to what Diana was just mentioning, but we may have a chance to talk about that later. But to directly answer what your question, Ostap, I've only actually published 10 or 12 words from the dictionary itself through television. On the evening of the 23rd of August, there's a national nationally broadcast television program from the station, the main public broadcaster, NHK, which I'm at right now, which was broadcast, and it was basically a documentary about the Dictionary of War and about my travels to my journey to Ukraine in June. But I just wanted to just report to you, I haven't had a chance to tell you this, Ostap, it was viewed by an enormous audience that day. And actually, the word in Japanese for a Dictionary of War, Senso Goishu is the way that I'm translating it, was trending on Twitter that day. And hundreds and hundreds of people wrote in simultaneously as they were watching the 30-minute documentary that we made. They wrote in their comments about that, and that gave me a great deal of feedback about what people, the first readers or the listeners to some of these stories had. I was really moved by listening to what Diana just mentioned to us right at the end. That she felt a numbness after translating this monologue, but then felt another sort of catharsis after actually hearing it orally sort of delivered. That was something that actually occurred to me also during live television as the narrator was reading some of the stories that I had translated. Japan has a very rich tradition of war literature going back to the 13th century, but also in the last 100 years or so through the 20th century and the wars that Japan experienced. Also, a very broad and very popular sort of context of testimony literature as well. In the war in Asia and the Pacific War in the 1930s and up until 1945, Japanese soldiers and civilians were all over Asia. Japan had occupied the Korean Peninsula, and there were hundreds of thousands of Japanese in Manchuria as well. And at the end of the war, after Japan surrendered and was disarmed, over 500,000 Japanese citizens were imprisoned by the Soviet army. This is a well-known historical fact, and were forced into forced labor internment for over 10 years throughout parts of the Soviet satellite sort of world in that time. And a lot of people wrote their own sort of testimonies in poems, which survive today. So a lot of Japanese literature from the war itself, the Second World War itself, the last war that we've experienced here, and after the war, were actually sort of testimonies, accounts, first person, often poetic, very brief often, which is a traditional form of Japanese poetry. So I think that there's a ground, a sort of background or a ground in Japan, sort of linguistically and culturally, for people to listen to or to be able to read and to understand at a very visceral sort of sense what you've collated and put together and edited in the Dictionary of Wars. And that's the feeling that I've got. I made a sort of search right after the broadcast on the 23rd of August for what people were actually saying on X or Twitter and other social medias right then. And as I said, there were hundreds and hundreds of comments about that. And that's actually driving me right now I'm writing a long essay about the texts themselves together, which will be published together with the translations. I just want to introduce just three of the voices of the first readers or the first listeners to some of the stories themselves. One, I believe it's a man. You can never really tell because of these handles, the gender of the person. I don't think that really matters. But one person said that they were trying to imagine what sorts of words would surface in a Japanese dictionary of war 80 years ago during the Pacific War. When Japan itself was immersed in the Pacific region in a war of aggression itself. And he went on to sort of to imagine what sort of words might have come out of that historical experience, and also admire the fact that you were able to, during this catastrophic period in Ukrainian history right now, to actually collect them and share them and have them translated simultaneously, and that he was sitting in his living room somewhere in Japan actually participating, in a sense, linguistically with what was going on and what was very, very important to everyone here on the other side of the world. One other person, after having listened and read on the screen 10 or 12 of the words, wondered what words we have, speaking as a Japanese, to give back to these people who've shared their voices with us. This was something that a number of people wrote about, and it really struck me. And then he or she sort of wrote some of the samples, sort of the sorts of words which might be given back. In other words, the words, the dictionary themselves, they imagined to being as a sort of gift in a sense, and that would sort of entice or encourage people to return words in a sense. And they saw it as a sort of cyclical sort of mechanism or a structure itself. And that was something that was very interesting. Some of the things that he said that he was imagining giving back to the displaced men and women who gave their voices to this work was, for example, you've done nothing wrong. Just telling them that there's nothing that you've done that is wrong. Another word or another sentence that he would like to give back, they would like to give back is, the place where you lived, the place where you were born was destroyed by demons. Now let us help you rebuild together and allow us to join in the rebuilding of your world itself. One other person said something very, very interesting, wrote something very interesting immediately while they were watching this television show about this project. They assert that the fact that this book was published in Ukraine during a time of trouble, of conflict, not trouble, conflict and aggression, is proof that the fight and the struggle and the resistance in Ukraine is for freedom and autonomy itself. This person makes the example of a very, very famous diary. I'm not sure whether it's been translated into English. In Japanese, we call it the Wuhan Diaries. A person who was in Wuhan during the COVID-19 lockdowns and who wrote a diary about what was going on in that city, but was not able to publish it in China, and got it published in Chinese in Taiwan, and then was penalized. This was a social worker who was writing their diaries, and was penalized and canceled basically in China itself for having published it in Taiwan. So he's just using that as an example of what it means for the Ukrainian reader to be able to have access to these voices at that time. Japanese literature itself, poetry especially, is very, very oral. The oral tradition here of poetry is very, very important. It goes back to what I believe Diana was saying. Much of poetry, traditional poetry, was basically written or recorded or meant to be orally translated among lovers or among colleagues or people who live in the same sort of social space. And also Japanese literature has a certain characteristic of being less metaphysical, less dialogically abstract, and more immanent, and prioritizing, for example, psychological description through specific details about a human being in social space, rather than philosophical sort of meanderings about what that person's feelings are and so forth. So the fact that they're monologues, the fact that these stories are monologues, the fact that they're short, they're brief, and they're very, very direct, I think really melds or goes very, very well with the tradition of Japanese literature of disaster and the Japanese, I don't like to say marketability, but the fact that it's very, very accessible to have poetic testimony as a personal, privately circulated sort of form of resistance as well. So these words, a lot of the people who have reacted so far in Japan to the words in the dictionary recognize it as a form of extremely personal resistance, in a sense. And that's something that is very, very striking to me and also very, very encouraging to me. So just to give you a long answer to a brief question, those are some of the 2 or 3 aspects that really strike me so far about Japanese reactions to your book.
That's very interesting, and now listening to you, I'm feeling how clear I see some things I observe in our literature, in our writing, and but seeing them in a mirror of other cultures, I notice how clear, how sharper they are. In particular, that what you said about this specific nature of the writing during the war, which is more based on the here and now reality, less than on kind of tradition, cultural tradition, our artistic tradition. We as if put it aside and concentrate on what we are experiencing here and now. That's why we often have an impression that the texts we write now and publish now during and about the war, they are simpler in artistic sense than the texts we used to write before the full-scale war, when we could afford to play with some artistic ideas, to make references to some, artistic experiments of the past, etc. Very rarely we have now texts which are testimonies of war, and at the same time they play with some artistic conventions. For example, it's like the poetry of Oleksandr, who still writes in this special, very specific stylistics of Ukrainian interwar avant-garde. But it's a very rare example. And I wanted to ask this question to you, Krzysztof, as a publisher of a number of Ukrainian poets, first of all, in Polish translations in your book series. How do you see it? Does it, Ukrainian writing, Ukrainian literature of the time of full-scale war differs so much from what Polish audience is used to? Isn't it literature for home use? This remedy in bad times, which is necessary for us, but which is useful for the audience, which has not luckily experienced such violent events.
Thank you for this question, and because it's very relevant to Polish culture in general, to myself also. I think if it would be just a matter of a good idea to help Ukrainians, or to make your voice louder in the world, but doesn't matter what the level of poetry is, because it is a mission or it is a hand you are giving to your friends, it wouldn't be so interesting for me. So I do publish. I feel that we should do it. We have now 30 bilingual poetry volumes of Ukrainian authors, because it is relevant. It has a power. It has something to say, new and fresh to the world. Yeah, so it's the basic general attitude that I have it. I have some, being involved in the underground. I remember a time in Poland when we had martial law at the beginning of 80s, and there was many poetry, so-called and politically engaged, and it is rather the bad lesson. So we didn't have a very good literature out of that, good poetry. Very little survived this test with reality and with poetry, but I do not think it is the case of Ukrainian poetry. And that's very interesting, how to match, the engagement under the war circumstances with the artistry of your craft, and to keep it as honest to the reality around you, that you can't lie, that second you should find the way to speak, to write, so to counter the silence. So that's what the regime, the dictatorship wants us. Shut up, mauchi, rabe. So it's not only on the levels that, facing naked evil, you just mute, which is a very human reaction, no words. But at the same time, it's overlap with this level mauchi, the kind of violence over you. Shut up. You don't have a voice. That's what war should do with, that's why we use violence, to make you mute. So what is the response to that? How justifiable, and on which craft? The craft is important, because otherwise, if it is not artistry, you do not give the justice to the reality. That's why it is so important that you somehow betray your people, betray the situation. So it's a huge challenge. Yeah. So I understand people, writers, poets who don't write because they feel that they cannot make a justice as workers in language, to this situation. But when you overcome this, something very powerful happens with language. Something very powerful happens with the word and poetry. There is, you remember probably the poem by Victoria Amedulina, Non-Poetry. And she is right, she was a prose writer, and during the war, she became a poet, only during the war. And her response to this situation was that, okay, the war makes you divorce your punctuation, as she's writing. It divorces coherence of your plot. So I can't write a novel, a narrative. And it is like destroying something which scatters to the pieces. But then what do? Victoria is writing. You are becoming a volunteer in Kharkiv. And that's how you become a poet. That's how the poetry is reborn. What means to become a volunteer in Kharkiv for Vicky? It means that you go to the action. You are at your house in Lviv. The full-scale war started, and you ask yourself what I can do. And Ostap is going to the train station, talking to the people, collecting the stories, and you have a book out of that, the Dictionary of War. You do act. That's a source of the word poesis in Greek tradition. The poesis means to act. And for Heraclit was another dimension of that, to act, but together with what he called form, composition. So you are challenged to compose out of this action, to find a form. So, and this is, I think, a very unique source of the power of the language, of the poetry, of the poesis. When you connect it with action and with challenge to give the composition to it, to give art to that. And I think this is the power of Ukrainian poetry now. There is not much time to write big narratives. You know, you are very much to act. All the poets I know in Ukraine are in action. Yeah, all of them are this or another way engaged in doing something. And that's for them a bridge to poesis. Yes, so what is very refreshing, I think, for the whole world is that you bridge again writing a word with action, with something what is happening. So you made the word powerful to change, to make a change, yeah, to act. This is one of the important sources for me for the powerful craft the Ukrainian poetry has. Another, you know, there are many things around that, but many poets I know who comes to our center, for example, for residency program, or they are from Eastern Ukraine, you know, like Irpin you mentioned, or Donbass and so on. And there is a process of translation in their minds. They started, the family language at the beginning was Russian, and they are even dreaming against their will in Russian, but they are challenged to build, to find Ukrainian language to their experience and pain. And these situations that the language is unset, you know, that you are in position of doing something from scratch, from new, is a powerful also, it could be, I don't know if you notice, you know, that a lot of good energy to Ukrainian literature today comes from the people who shifted the language. And they have this openness and capability of making language creative and powerful because it is a shift, you know, it is something. We have, for example, I remember a poet like Edward Stachura, you know, a great Polish poet, but his native language was French. And it made him, you know, so influential and innovative in Polish language because he wasn't set in language, you know, traditionally. He was somehow free of all the forms of language we inheriting, you know, in our. So it gives you a new energy. And of course, the translation, you know, this meeting, you know, all this publishing program is to encounter poets, writers, but also to engage translators and poets, Polish poets, in translation. And it happens that they are both, like Bogdan Zadura, who translated the word dictionary into Polish. He's a poet, yes, but there are many translators of these 30 volumes of Ukrainian poetry doing it for the first time. And again, it was like that, I want to do something. So I want to learn Ukrainian. I want to work with Ukrainian partner on translation. So I'm not a professional. Yulia Fiedorczuk, Polish writer, she translated the poetry book in this Syria for the first time because she wanted to do something, you know, another kind of act, yes? I'm learning Ukrainian. Yes, I want to be translated. I want to be in dialogue with Ukrainian poets and writers. I want to do many things like that. Very interesting sometimes. Sometimes people, writers, poets, who living in Poland, born in Poland, but having Ukrainian roots, family roots, partly, but not speaking Ukrainian. And this is for them a new opportunity to come back to their roots, you know, to learn, to come back to the language. and to become a translator and so on. So it's all the dynamic powers, you know, engage in that. And the last thing because you've started Ostapel with Lemkin and with this challenge to create new words or adequate words to the situation, to reality, which is new. And I think it is somehow crucial and task mainly for you Ukrainians, but also for us, your partners in that, not to find something what we already know in other countries, cultures, and so on, because it will not explain the situation in Ukraine, and it will not give you the justice. If we will translate your experience into something what we know already from the previous experiences. So my belief is that we are on, because from one side you can see it as a new post-colonial war, yes, last colonial war, so something what already happened in other countries, and Ukraine now experiencing it like others before. I think this is a half-truth about that, because certainly there is a colonial context of that and emancipation of that. But there is something else in your struggle and in the situation here, which needs new reading for that. And among others, a new language. Yes, and one of the words I would put into this universal dictionary after this experience is peremocha. So when I work with my students in Bologna, for example, I don't ask them to translate it to Victoria or to victory or to zwycięstwo. No, please say peremocha. Because you should learn a new word, like you use nonviolence, yeah, like you use the word human rights. It became a part of our universal dictionary. I think peremocha is a word which becomes, it should become, a word from our universal dictionary, because this is what Ukraine put at the stake of this war. It is not about being right, being victim, on the right side, but at the same time being defeated, as it happened before. So that's the lesson we learn from the history, you know, that if you have a huge Goliath, you know, like empire, like Russia, you can do a little, and it will be all the time, you know, the fake consensus, you know, postponing something for you know, unknown future. But you know that it is a lie. And that your existence is at the stake of victory, of peremocha. And it's not only about the Ukraine, I believe it's a huge change for all of us in the world. That because usually, you know, if you said here and now, so here and now, peremocha is not possible. That's what culture very often tells us. It is possible in the heaven, in another world. Yes, we can have justice, you know, in another world. What you do is here and now. Here is the agon, the battle, and at stake is peremocha, which is something really new. Yeah, and it is changing everything. Also the language, also the literature, also the poetry. The difference of the Ukrainian poetry is, I believe very much about that. You don't want to be victims writing poetry, like Oleksandr Mitwiejczuk said before. Yes, here. This is not about becoming a victim. Yeah? These writings, this struggle is to gain victory, you know, to gain peremocha. And it is also another language, you know, another attitude to culture. I think it's something what we should learn from you.
Thank you. I'll really be happy if we contribute the world culture with this word, not just the word, but the idea of this righteous victory, in order to break this, to ruin this very common stereotype now that in every war, both sides are guilty to some extent. That in the modern world there can't be a war in which one side is completely innocent and is just an object of aggression, while the opposite side is the pure aggressor. But I wanted also to you articulated so many important matters that I really don't want what to stress on in order to ask the last question, because we have to finish our conversation, unfortunately. But I think that one of these matters is very important, is the matter of literature and more general culture as creating a community, speaking, talking to each other, maintaining this dialogue, creating culture, creating some artifacts together as an instrument of keeping this community. We will have today a very important conversation about silence, about muteness during the war. And I remember a very touching moment in a bomb shelter in the first week of the full-scale aggression, when very different people were gathering in these bomb shelters, very often people who didn't know each other before. And of course, everybody was stressed, scared, shocked, etc. And we were staying silent for a longer time. And all of a sudden, one of the women who were there in the bomb shelter said something like, "Don't be silent. Say something, because it's scary to remain silent." So I think that maybe this writing, creating culture is also this attempt to cope with muteness, with silence. And I wanted to ask you about, also to ask Diana and Robert about the most challenging translation moments in your work. Did you experience something what was really hard to translate in Ukrainian war stories? Something what maybe demanded some additional explanation, or some additional reference, or something just unexpressible in your language?
We should start, I don't know.
Yeah, Diana, please, yes, start.
I think specifically about the Dictionary of War, I think what I found both easy and very difficult is that it approaches language as part of the commons. It's not a sort of author's project in the sense that it would be an individual poet working through a very own poetic voice. And I think it's a mistake to think about this and also the other sort of more immediate, less artistic responses to the full-scale invasion as something that is not literature or less, or something that has less literary value. And I think for me, the past several years and this sort of ongoing relationship with Ukraine made me reflect on the fact that I grew up, and I think many of us in Ukraine to the last war, to something that is a sort of visceral and immediate collective trauma. And I think what we like about art, our taste, what we find valuable, reflects that. But it doesn't mean that this is how we should always think about language and literary value. And for me, the challenge was that because I work in a social context that is exactly like this, that has no experience of collective trauma. I mentioned the minority, the Serbian, Hungarian minority. I think they are our only window onto this experience, this first-hand experience. It's an incredibly valuable thing to have, but it's one voice, and I'm not sure it has actually transformed the conversation. And for me, the emotional challenge in here wasn't even a challenge that comes on a sentence level or on a level of word choice or something like that. It was more about conveying something about that relationship to language and how it changes, how it has changed in Ukraine. And I think without conveying that, the translator's job is half done. Exactly because it can be mistaken for something that is simple, while it is that simplicity or that immediacy or that approach to language as it is as an instrument, something that is half worked through with these sort of flashes of acute observations and creativity. That's what I really love about the Dictionary of War, that it has this sort of range. This is something that can be lost if the readers aren't prepared to be in that altered state of mind, at least a little bit, to have a reworked relationship with their own language and with how language carries trauma, how language carries silence, how language carries these types of experiences. And I'm not sure this is something that you can do within the translation itself only. So my strategy was partly to wrap my work of translating different kinds of, mostly poetry, but sometimes essays and things like that as well, into a bigger kind of work where I try to write reportage. I try to talk about grief. I try to talk about different things, sort of in the same venues where these translations go, to somehow lead into that relationship with language, my own relationship to language, and what I think about metaphors or sort of artistic value and all these things has also changed. And I think it's important to keep this window and not to close it just because of geographical or temporal distance. And one other example I can think of is about the registers, the sort of which segments of your language are alive, and because Hungary had no war experience since the '56 revolution is the last sort of military conflict that most people lived through, and there was no cult of war, there was no sort of military language as such, was never part of the public discourse. There were no war memorials that people go to take photographs. Nobody would get married in front of something like that. It's just absent. And because of that, for me, the language of war in my entire life has always been English, because English is a global language, and we read about wars in English, right? And it's also a very heavily militarized language in its everyday metaphors. So for me, war was English, and then war was Ukrainian, and to a lesser extent, Russian. and to bring lots of words that are the sort of everyday reality. I don't know how to translate things like Ledina. You know, I think there is however well I do my job, there will be something that's lost there, because your experience with swearing, your experience with how really technical terminology enters everyday life, because everybody will know Bayraktars, everybody will know grenade launchers and whatever, it ceases to be a sort of separate register in language because it becomes part of everyday language. And this hasn't happened in Hungarian, and because of this, I often struggled to make it feel a little bit less like I'm writing geopolitical analysis. We don't have those words that sort of don't stick out constantly from the rest of the language. And this is something that's sometimes a technical problem, sometimes it's really about finding one good word. For example, I often use the English word checkpoint because I think it's familiar, it's more familiar than if I use the really cumbersome, complicated and long Hungarian word that nobody has used in the past 80 years. These sorts of dilemmas are something that I think about a lot. And again, it's this approximation, I think, of which it's a hopeless game because we don't have this experience. So it's something where you can do only part of the job, but at least you can also highlight this, or you can sort of create a reflections on this, and through that, I hope you can sort of slightly reanimate how we relate to our mother tongue and the reality how circumscribed that reality is by that sort of shared historic baggage that we live in.
Yeah, very interesting reflections. I'm really happy that I provoked you slightly to share these reflections, because otherwise we probably never know about it. It's these mutual reflections of different languages and experiences are very, very interesting. And Robert, I also wanted to ask you this question of this untranslatability, these moments of or almost untranslatability in the language. Did you experience anything like this during your translation?
Right. Again, listening to Diana translating into a language which was very, very distant from our own here in Japan and from Ukrainian as well, there are more similarities and more things that cross over than don't. I feel I had very, very few technical lexical sort of problems. Syntax and lexicon and all of the orthography and everything is obviously very, very different in Japanese, but the clarity and also the brevity of each of the words I think helps a lot as well. The fact that they're very, very concrete. Most of the terms are not conceptual, they're actual, parts of what we live, objects and things about, our bodies and the spheres, the actual social sort of spheres that we live in, implements and tools and things like that. That made it very, very, made it an easy job actually to translate word to word, sentence to sentence into Japanese. And I don't think, I'm in the process of proofreading right now, but I haven't really found any big, sort of, I don't want to say landmine, but, things that are going to explode in my face that I hadn't noticed before. The difficulties, which I don't really consider to be difficulties, I consider them to be almost gifts in a way, sort of things that are challenging, that are fascinating, that allow me to imagine things sort of beyond the text itself, is the subtext of the work itself. What the situations, for example, in which these testimonies were given, I was made very much more clearly aware of the fact that each of these testimonies were actually occurred in a space of care, of people fleeing from danger, having been displaced, not knowing what is going to occur, not being able to speak of the future within 2 weeks or a half a year or 2 years from there. The first person that I met when I entered Ukraine in June was on the train moving from the Polish border into Lviv, a woman, a 20-year-old student at the Lviv Catholic University, who told me that she had just, the things that had changed in her life and the way that she looked at her future very, very differently. But she, because of the since the first days of the full-scale invasion, but she told me specifically that she was not able to actually envision herself having graduated and what she was going to do. She knew about some of the things that she didn't want to do and that were important, had become important to her. But I found also, talking to other people and talking to you, Ostap, as well, in our conversations digitally, but also face-to-face, so that it's very, very difficult to talk about beyond the point of being cared for at these points. And that's something that's, sort of critically, I would describe as a subtext to the words themselves and the way that they're written. And that's something that, translating into Japanese, for example, we have a very large sort of latitude or longitude might be the better way of saying it, a sort of vertical hierarchy of ways of speaking to people, with people. We call it a system of honorifics, where we, if you're speaking to someone who is older than you or is above you in the rank or hierarchy of whatever situation, social situation is, there are certain terms and certain syntaxes that you use. That you begin to cut out and replace with other ways of speaking when you're speaking to someone who's more in a sort of similar or parallel social system or social position that you're in right now. This is becoming weaker and weaker in the Japanese language, but men have different ways of speaking than women do, so that if you're reading dialogue in Japanese, you can tell often if it's in the first person, without any information, narrative information, whether the speaker is a man or a woman, the age, and things like that. So there are all of these things. Diana used the term registers, but there are also many, many registers. It's a very, very variegated sort of register language. So one of the things that I've tried to convey beyond the surface of the words themselves is the way that I'm able to imagine the different aspects of the person itself. The information that you gave us in this text is very, very minimal about who's actually speaking. We have the name and we have where they're residing or where they came from. So the things that you can sort of surmise or imagine from there are there, but you can also tell in some of the stories like shower, taboo, there are a number of stories that you can tell that it's a young person who's speaking, perhaps. And in that sense, I sort of took that ball and sort of, I'm trying to make it much more vernacular and much more sort of alive to someone who is of the generation or the social sort of situation that I'm imagining the person speaking to you or to one of the other interviewers in it as well. So trying to sort of convey the grit or the actual sort of immediacy. I used the term imminence earlier, talking to amplify that to the extent that's honest and possible and earnest, so that I'm not moving beyond a translation into an adaptation. I don't want to do that. But also to create a textual sort of experience that sort of would allow the Japanese reader to feel the same things that I feel as a reader, and also someone who is able to talk to someone, actually to speak to some of the people who lent their voices to this as well. So one of the things that you mentioned earlier, Ostap, and you also sort of mentioned, I believe, in your abstract as well, is that speaking and thinking from Ukraine, you're wondering, perhaps worrying a little bit about whether these words, this text itself, is very, very local. You said this wonderful thing about it's for home use, in a sense, almost like a sort of remedy, a sort of local sort of home remedy. for things as well. And that was fascinating to me. But I don't want to sound too encouraging, but I can certainly say, I can state from the point of view of someone who is bringing your words, the words of this dictionary, into a context which is very, very different from where they came from, is that I believe that there's very little lost in translation. The challenge is to convey a context, a subtext, and to be able to use that, one's understanding of that, in translating, I think, each of the stories, to give this sort of diversity of voices in the text itself. And having that diversity, I believe, is very, very important, because we know all about the big story, the geopolitical, the military, agricultural, ecological disasters and problems that are coming out of this war of aggression. From the ethics of war, you know, which is a very, very studied subject in English, certainly in French as well. It's very, very difficult. It's almost impossible to excuse or to rationalize the aggression that's being prosecuted against the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian land right now. But that understanding from a geopolitical or military understanding is very, very different in a lot of ways from the voices, from the sort of bare voices and experiences at a very ground level that we can find in this dictionary. And the fact that there are different voices, and also the fact, if I can just say at the end, that the brilliance of it being a lexicon, and not a story which has a beginning and has a sort of logical progression. Also the fact that a dictionary is made from the beginning to be added to, and that it's always a work in progress. And the fact that you were able to compile this and that it's being disseminated in over a dozen languages right now in the world, I think is very, very symbolic, and something that's very, very powerful and has an impact in itself. I think that deserves to be communicated as well. The fact that it's ongoing, and that I know that you're going to continue through different vectors to collect testimonies from people in different situations throughout the expanse, the extent of the aggression and the war as it is right now.
Thank you, Robert. It's one of the most comforting and encouraging feelings when you realize that something that was considered as our, as you said, home remedy, something for some story for home use, in order to encourage and comfort ourselves, turns out to be a universal message. I remember how shocked I was when I heard the story told me by a woman from Chernihiv, absolutely random person I met on the street, and she told me her story. And when I heard this story read publicly by Tilda Swinton in the USA, and I had in my mind these two faces, this face of this woman, the old woman from a tiny Ukrainian village from the Ukrainian province, and Tilda Swinton articulating it urbi and orbi, and it was kind of a revelation for me that these stories can sound universally and have a universal meaning. And I think that it's also very important from the point of view of what Oleksandr was talking today about. The meaning of these stories as an evidence of crime, because I think that culture should not just can play this role, but should play this role of restoring justice in the world. And the last of the last questions to you, Krzysztof, do you believe that that culture is capable of bringing justice back to this mean world?
In short, Ostap, culture should change itself. It should be more and more self-critical. Thanks to the war in Ukraine, we see how culture in different points of the world were involved in the imperial, colonial relationships, yes, and how it was blind to what was going around with growing threat of the war. Yes, and one of the things I think we should change, and which is at stake here, is to overcome this understanding of culture as autonomous republic, of freedom of speech, of irresponsibility for any public or other things, including war. That we artists, this is a very often explanation of Russian culture people, that we do not have anything in common with Putin regime. We are anti-Putin, yes, but it is to say very little that we are anti-Putin, yes, that we don't want to have anything together. First, we should feel that it is interrelated, yeah, that there is no way to have culture as an autonomous kingdom of freedom, yes. And the second thing is what we did in our modern reading of culture or practicing culture, where was a separateness between beauty and good and the truth. Yeah, I don't know if you are aware that the new situation we face thanks to Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, is that we again raise the question, is it connected? That somebody is a good genius, you know, in brackets, a writer or musician, but she or he can be in relation or with some dictatorship powers and does it matter? You know, does it matter when Peter Handke was receiving Nobel Prize that he was engaged in Milosevic regime and Srebrenica, you know, genocide and so on? Before, it was easy to say, but don't judge him because of his political views. Yes, judge him as an artist, judge him as a writer. Now, I wonder if it would be possible, even in Stockholm. Yeah, thanks what's going on here. So what is going on now, I see it as a positive change, is that we again start to think that it is interrelated, that you can't say about genius of art without the moral, ethical position she or he is taking in the life, in the public life, and so on. So when you ask if culture can do something, we should change these things. Yes, we should have a new type of culture and new values around that. That's what I like to see our discussion about the culture, that there is something new growing and is burning. Here in our discussions, that something is going across Central Europe, you know, the experience, and that it is not about only, you know, taking care about refugees from Ukraine, but it's also about the values around that we want to change something. That sometimes we see that it could be a new West, you know, our solidarity in Central Eastern Europe now, that because West, you know, West is certain amount of values, yeah, you build around yourself, yes, to look at the mirror, in fact, and I think something new is born, yes, around us. The thing is how we will take it, yes? If we will have enough courage, determinants, to not to replicate again what was. There is no way back after war in Ukraine to what it was in Europe, in the world, in culture too. We are facing something new, and thanks to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's not forget that culture can be a really powerful instrument, and probably we should not hesitate to ask moral questions regarding culture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this conversation. Not only for taking part in this debate, but first of all, for all your support and all your good thoughts and all that you do for sharing, translating our stories into your languages. Thank you for your support and this solidarity. It was a huge pleasure and an honor to talk today with Diana Vonnak. Let's make applause. Diana Vonnak, thank you. Robert Campbell, thank you, Robert. And Krzysztof Czyżewski. Dziękuję Ci, Krzysztofie, bardzo. Дякуємо всім.
Thank you very much. We failed to compensate our 15-minute delay. Unfortunately, we have even increased it. But still in future, we'll try to make up for it. I'd like to remind you that we have our next event, which will take place in 30 minutes. Now we are going to have a 30-minute break, and the title of the session is How Agora Speaks, and the topic will be public speaking during the war. See you in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Стаємо сильнішими разом з вами. Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. класична музика, аудіокнижки і радіодетективи, радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав, поезія в авторському виконанні, світові прем'єри класики, радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Dear friends, we come back to our congress. This is the first day. It is called The Language of War, and we continue discussing the topic from different aspects. In the morning, we have been talking about translating the language of war, how it is possible to speak about the war, about the Russian aggression in different languages, what is easier to translate, what is not, what should be clarified, and what we see in the mirror of other languages. And now, the next session, which I would like to announce, is called How Agora Speaks. And probably you have understood it from the very name. It will be about public speaking. Not just public speaking, but actually what kind of language is used when we are talking about something different than our personal matters. What language we use with the institutions. What language is used by the institutions to us. How this language is changed. And I would like to quote here are the actually abstract to this talk called by Zoriana Repchenska. She wrote, this talk is about what is happening in the public discourse, how the media change and how they influence us, how the language actually is folded, and what can we see in these folds. So this is the matter of our discussion. So we shall talk about something public, something supra-public, what is going on in the street, in social media, about something personal and all the other issues that will be raised by our interlocutors. I would like to introduce our speakers. Here we see a writer, a journalist and media researcher, Maria Titarenko. Probably we shall applaud to our speakers. Oh, I'm sorry, I have a different order. A poetess, a radio journalist, a TV host, Elena Husseinova, a politologist and executive director of International Renaissance Foundation, Mr. Oleksandr SUSHKO, art manager, a curator of modern art, OSTROVSKA-LIUTA, your applauses, and it will be moderated by a writer, a translator, a publisher, Oksana Khrystyna, and give our moderator the mic. I have just noticed that the golden mic is also something from our previous life. I will open some details, some small secret. When we have been discussing the Congress at the very beginning, there were different combinations of people. So we have been talking for a long period of time, and it looked like we were walking in circles. But still we came back to the same topic. We understood that the topic pops up again and again. We just cannot avoid the fact that our language, our means of communication is changing. And definitely today we are going to focus on the public speaking, how we discuss something among ourselves, what language we use in our communities. But we have such a nice combination of our speakers that they actually have very different functional, so to say, of using the language and what they observe. And Lisa, I'll probably start with you because it seems to me you have this unique experience of observation, how people can translate from something visual into something verbal. And during this first round, I'll probably ask all of you to tell you about your experience before full-scale invasion and what happened after. And when I was thinking about our session, I understood that even these formulations before and after, this is an example of our new political correctness. When we speak in public, we use the terms full-scale invasion before the 24th of February, and we subconsciously avoid expressions before the war, after the war, just not to devalue the experience of people who have been at war since 2014 or who have lost their accommodation, their houses since that time. Well, anytime we try to stress that war started in 2014 and not in 2022. So this is just an immediate example for me how we change our public discourse. Olesio, you have the mic. Thank you very much for inviting me here. If I understood the question correctly, the question is, are there any symptoms of changes in the language that would be described by modern art? Because I am an insider of this artistic world. Thinking about this question, I remembered a story that goes back to 1996. At that time, I studied in Kiev Mohila Academy, and it only started at that time. And actually, it was the period when Soros Modern Art Center was launched there, and it was probably the most active cultural institution in Ukraine in general. It was the institution that had its budget, it had international relations and international ambitions. So this is the beginning of 1990s. Lots of institutions are under shock, and the situation is slightly different in general. And there was a day when there were posters advertising a new exhibition. And the curator of this exhibition was Marta Kuzma, who at that time was the director of Soros Center. Later, she was the dean of the Faculty of Arts in Yale. And the title of the exhibition was "This Looks with Jam." Why is it looks with jam? And in English it sounded sugar plum visions. And probably we could translate it as sweet dreams or sweet visions. But at that time it was translated as something absurd, as looks with a gem. And it was very awkward. And at that time, nobody considered that it was very inadequate, improper translation, just a weird name, that's it. And what does this story tell me now It tells me what kind of relationship there was between the Ukrainian intellectual environment, because we are talking about the university, and the fancy word. This fancy word may be something really weird and may have a name, something like looks with jam. But on the other hand, it tells me about the connection with the mm, modern art. When only modern exhibitions appeared, and these things were supported by Soros Center in the Central Europe. So we are talking about that artistic world, which was super experimental if we look at it from today's. It was also very strange and weird. It was also the place where something weird can happen. So this inadequate translation reminds me what was the connection between these two worlds. And now we already do not have two these things. Now we have more understanding, more independence in certain formulations. And the second point I was thinking about, if we take a look at the curator's text at the 1990s or the year 2000, they also had lots of slang, were not very understandable, were close to the French postmodernist writers, something in Deleuze's style, just something that is less understandable. And it also showed belonging to a certain environment. So at that time, we didn't have the term this bubble language. This is the language which was related to a very niche community, and it was very difficult to get into this community. It was not the text for a reader, it was something that was used to mark this or that social circle. We tried to fight these jargonisms. It's difficult to write a text that would be at the same time understandable and sophisticated. But at least now we witness some efforts to do it. And I still remember the period when the artists thought that they should not write anything about their works. But now we see how writers actually get the opportunity and use the opportunity to write about their pictures and express their understanding of it. As far as I understand, it's more about the necessity to talk to one's own citizens, and through the community and through the united community, because probably you see that now the artists talk a lot about the joint experience. This is evacuation, this is loss of life or loss of property, and this is the universal experience. And you are talking in a different way if this is the case. You are talking not to your niche group, but you are talking about a broader audience. So these are my ideas.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And Oleksandr, I'd like to address you. Please follow what Olesia said in this respect to adaptation of our consciousness, which is a Soviet type consciousness, and its adaptation to the global world. Maybe not everybody knows that Oleksandr SUSHKO is the executive director of the Renaissance Foundation, but in your previous life, you focused on Euro-Atlantic integration. So I guess that you've got some experience of how the language of decisions was being introduced into our vocabulary, into our language. Thank you. I'll try to. Well, definitely, a set of my experiences allows me to show and to see some things in the international context. In particular, if we speak about the evolution of all those jargons and language slangs, sense constructions that are gradually replacing each other, outpacing each other. And in this respect, the stress created by the Great War has come into play. And by the way, we use the term Great War because we don't want to have any long constructions like full-scale invasion. We just use the notion of Great War and we know what we're talking about. But when we use this notion Great War, here it's one thing. But when we talk to the outside world, it's still more difficult because in most audiences, the war was launched on the 24th of February in their minds. And here we need to be very cautious. I normally work with the communities of people who deal with international advocacy. This is a topic I've been dealing with for a period of time, and I can see what obstacles they are facing and what tasks they are trying to implement. And it's my pleasure to be following how our community is getting more mature. Well, if we compare it with what human resources we used to have in the international public diplomacy area some 15 or 20 years ago, it's just heaven and earth. There is nothing to compare. The community has matured, and we have now got a good professional player of constellation of people who can represent Ukraine abroad. Of course, there is still too few. We would like to have more of them because in some areas we still need to be more professional. We need to go deeper. But anyway, the progress here is absolutely evident. But a very important element we need to focus on is the understanding of the language of your interlocutor, and at the same time set some confidence about the promotion of your language, your speech, because we disagree when somebody says that this is a conflict or this is a Ukrainian conflict, Ukrainian war. We always try to correct them in their statements, and it's really important that while promoting our narratives, we take into account what our interlocutors have as the basis of their understanding, because we need to have it within the same system of coordinates. He needs some system of coordinates to rely on, and then it will be easier for us to convince people. And I've seen a lot of examples of both positive and negative examples. Negative in the sense that sometimes we are really trying to push our narrative, but it has no point of contact with the narrative of that side. So we are really advocating our standpoints, but we never achieve any advocacy outcomes. That's why it's really important to look for this craftsman skills and this mastery, which is based on understanding of our point of contact between our narratives. It's important to develop, to elaborate those point of contacts between our narratives, and that is a very important component of our cultural diplomacy, including in the field of politics. It's clear that now it's much easier for us because we don't need to explain some things that were not obvious, like where Ukraine is located and other things like that. We have reached a certain basic level of recognition, of recognizability of Ukraine and everything that is Ukrainian. And over the recent year and a half, we moved to a higher level, which is de facto inclusion of Ukraine into the community we always wanted to be included into, which means that now for an ordinary person in the German community or French community, let alone Polish community. A Ukrainian is regarded as a European, and that is a very substantial tectonic change that has happened overnight over the recent couple of months last year. So it goes by default now. We are perceived as a part of us, the European family. Of course, it is not conveyed automatically into some institutional decisions, but anyway, we have got this unprecedented level of support of Ukraine's accession to the EU in the countries where we used to have only 20% of people supporting this accession and expansion of enlargement of the EU. So this also has its impact on the language, basic language. We and they, we are a part of they. In Europe, we are already a part of that pledge. And we didn't have this before. We need to make use of this to make the best of the bad bargain. And of course, there are also some failures, a lot of them, I would say, when we misuse the resources. When people are not trained enough, they go abroad and they're trying to persuade people about something while they don't have this sense of language. Not only language, but language is the level at which we express our ideas, but we do have some inner standpoint as to whether we are going abroad to be looking for effective context, or we are trying to just impose our ideas on someone. So it's an invaluable experience going around the globalization of Ukraine resulting from a tragedy, the war. We have got something we never had, at least at such a scale. We have never had so many contacts and such an expanded network of contacts of Ukraine and the world. Never in our history, and these are the contacts on all the levels of the society, starting with people from some provincial areas who turned out to be refugees, up to highly competent professionals who, again, were forced to leave or just went abroad. Anyway, that has contributed to the quantitative increase in our connections, and I hope that in the qualitative domain, things have also changed. It cannot have happened otherwise. But of course, we do have a lot of gaps to bridge. We know a lot of things about ourselves while living here, but when people abroad learn about such things, it's not always pleasant, but we cannot hide away some of our elements of our culture, and that is also reflected in the language, because we like to be proud of ourselves, and I do understand that there are certain grounds for the country to feel as a full-fledged country with no inferiority complexes, but sometimes it transforms into the complex of over arrogance when we try to teach the world. So, on the one hand, we need to strike the right balance, and we need to have a certain gut feeling. But on the other hand, we need to teach and prepare the people going abroad and starting some communications with the outer world. And that is what our foundation is dealing with. We are trying to accumulate the capacity and to grow, to cherish the environment of people who would communicate senses about Ukraine and narratives about Ukraine abroad. I actually started with my speech with the statement about the substantial growth of a mature community, but that is a crisis moment growth, not the natural type growth. That is why the nature of this growth is rather extreme, and we don't know whether it's going to last. We don't know whether our progress and our achievements will be transformed into something sustainable or not. And sustainability is about being present all the time at all the global platforms where we should be present in global communications. And this means that it's not that just as Russian colleagues, in inverted commas, we will start running our own TV channels. That it will never happen, and we don't need this. But if we have a critical mass of people who having the command of the language of the people we are addressing. I don't mean just formal command like English or German, but the language of senses. So in this case, we will definitely make our task much, much easier, and we will accomplish good results. And in this respect, my message should sound positive, but of course, I'm also witnessing a lot of negative things happening. But I hope that this is just the matter of growth, the matter of time, the matter of stress, which definitely contributes negatively to the quality of communication we have established. Thank you. Thank you, Oleksandr. Olena, as far as I understand it, you used to have field studies on a daily basis for several years. You were dealing with field research before 2022 and after, because people keep reaching you in the studio. You don't have just to deal with experts staying in the studio, but you also need to talk to people who contact you, who call to the studio. So could you share your observations? Thank you, Oksana. Let me probably start with saying the following. We have heard the statement that something drastic happened to our language after 22, and we started speaking in an absolutely different language. And I actually am not sure about this statement. What I'm convinced about is that the moment in time when we faced our scattered language communication, which we had been trying to build very, very carefully and elaborately, and listening to the language of our interlocutors, alleged interlocutors. Well, when Olesa was talking about the first exhibitions and the narratives and the built discourses, she actually spoke about our willingness to reach foreign interlocutors. We really wanted to be like the laws of the Derrida text. We wanted to be close to them. But it seems to me that in 2014, in February, we got all the system of communication collapsed. We understood that seemingly, allegedly, we know all these rhetorics, all those metaphors, all those doubts as to whether we can get reality into the language, but we saw that it did not work without reality, because when you became a witness of the situation when 100 civilians perish in your city, nothing works. None of the elements of your language work, and that was where we had this language disaster. And then we were trying to build a new system of broadcast, of communication. And on the 24th of February 2024, we already had this system of new communication. Probably we didn't know it to the full, but we were kind of armed. And this was the system that we got from post-structuralists. You remember the idea that language is dubious, language cannot describe the reality, you always need to have some language irony. So that is what we somehow coped with over the period from 2014 up to 22. And we already know that the phrase allegedly or as if really doesn't work, because these are really war crimes. This is really death. This is real threat. This is real striving for life, and not something we could ever doubt. These are the factual things as they really are, and that is our reality. That is about our attention to things, to phenomena, not just to words. I saw it over the years on the radio, and the people giving calls to the studio are rather specific. You need to have specific experience to dare give a call. But there are some people who actually don't want to call you to the studio. They just write you in Viber and other messengers. And these are the people who do not want to be visible, but they want to share some information with you. And there you could actually trace such things, how what we said actually coincided with what people heard from us. And it seems to me that we cannot always come to an agreement with our Western interlocutors because they are still with, within this framework of the language where they have doubts, while we already know that an event is taking place in the language. What did radio give on the 24th of February? You actually recorded the um, event happening in the broadcast in the language field. For me, an air raid, an air alarm, is our safeguard, is about our guard who presses the button and says that air alarm in Kiev. I don't hear the alarm button, the alarm signal. I hear his voice, and then in a live broadcast, my colleague Irina Slavinska announces that there is air raid alarm, and then in 2 days it will be my turn to say this, and I feel scared when I pronounce this phrase. But you know, normally now we have live broadcast, and that's what we normally used to tell during our lectures, that language is something dubious, it cannot describe and cover the reality, and you need to work with your language in the way to reach some bodily supra-linguistic things. You have heard all those metaphors, I'm sure, but when you hear the alarm signal and you can actually, you're trembling and you can cannot tell this phrase not to scare anyone, you actually face this pre-linguistic stage. But in order to work and to catch this reality, you need to overcome this pre-linguistic element. I think that the I don't have that much time to analyze this now, but I think that here very interesting things are born in this audience, and the people who will be dealing with the language policies, not in the legislative framework, will try to record this. And to wrap up, I would like to say that it's really useful to be attentive to your listener, to your audience. And in my specific case, I really worked a lot on understanding who is listening to us, to get this feedback. And I remember a point in time also related to air alarms. I had a listener who had actually wrote to me in messengers, and he said, don't say the end of the air alarm, the Ukrainian word with B, because it's a calque from Russian. And somehow I opposed this because everywhere this word is used. But then I said, air alarm cancelled. And she said, thank you. And I understood that I was announcing air alarm for her, and she didn't want to hear Russian words. So I heard her, and in that way, I arranged a circle of our communication with her. So just remember that your audience is all about live people, humans. You need to talk to them, which is difficult but possible. And it seems to me that that is where the language shows everything that is happening to it. We have really experienced a change. We have really built the language with which we could enter the 24th of February 2022, but then we got more and more of the challenges that are changing us as interlocutors. Thank you.
Maria, I think you, as a researcher, can actually pick up the topic, but I actually don't want us to talk exclusively about this dictionary of war that has been changing throughout these 30 years, if we compare the situation with the other countries, but also the intonations have changed, the appellations to, or the appeals to one's audience, because the vision of the very audience has changed. Thank you, Oksana. Good afternoon, dear participants. I will immediately say that I am linguistically concerned. This is the phrase coined by Anastasia Levkova, and I actually study the language of the mass media. Definitely, language is a life structure that undergoes constant changes. It is not just a tool, but it's interesting to see how the dictionaries have changed. We were just researching the changes in different dictionaries. The Orange Maidan, the Revolution of Dignity, and others. Certain issues that are introduced into dictionary later disappear. For example, titushki and then sirpushki probably is already less known. Separy, barricades, zeleni человечки from Euromaidan. So the words that appear that actually become viral and later they exist in the forms of the uh, memes. And when we had this COVID epoch, there is some black irony, by the way, that the war has successfully treated the issue. So here we see that during COVID, the situation with terminology was a bit cumbersome. In the English language, there was a hashtag, reframe COVID. For example, there were lots of um, new words related to COVID. For example, COVIDiot, people who did not believe in COVID, or COVIDio party, Zoom parties that were held all exclusively online, or COVIDence, evidence during COVID times. So the COVID is over and the words have become historical words. The linguists say that this is a historical process. Now we ask the students how militarized our language is, and we do not become aware of the fact how severely militarized our language is, how it is framed by the war. So we are talking about reframing. I want you to listen to such words. For example, притулити шонцини, макронити, джунсонюк, бавовна, for example, which is very difficult to explain. You should explain why бавовна, because it comes from хлопок, могилізація, чмобики, пакети, чмоня, піксель as a uniform, дебахнути або дебальнути, байрактарити, стінгерити. Or if we actually look at the Russian language, which also deals with reframing and which uses its own propaganda to brainwash its own audience. This is the негативний приріст, жест доброї волі, or later it was reframed again, жесть доброї волі, just the hits on decision-making centers, центры принятия решений. The 200 is changed in the on the shield. Special operation is again a signal of this propaganda, and some media currently use the word Russian-Ukrainian war. Well, this is not our joint war. This is the war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. There are lots of these words, and we are all the time inside this thing. What is really negative is that we absorbed very easily the so-called hate speech. It is written in the book by Olga Dubchak, Перемагати українською, Win in the Ukrainian Way, and she combined two parts of two related to the language in her book. The first part is about the hate speech, another one is about love speech. So actually, through this anger, we undergo certain healing. Rustam Gadjiev said that the language brings order into hatred. We do not even guess how many functions the language has, and in this hate speech, we are not understood well in the global south, in the west, because the tolerant and civilized community will never accept hate speech as a norm, because it's abusing, it's a norm, and it can be understood only when uh, you, somebody aims a pistol or rifle at you. So when it is done, you understand that you have the right to this hate speech, to this fury. Do you remember when people were talking about ecocide? The foreign media did not use the term ecocide. For them, it was too much. Uh, Agora is actually the place where the discussions turn play. Now, this is the global metaphor. So, Agora is never going to accept this war as a genocide. And the dictionary, where we lack some words, should be updated and should be filled with new lexical items. Those lexical items which will work for the external audience. At, at the external audience, we have to explain ourselves. There is a very nice term in English called non-versation. And with Russia, this is not like that. And recently in Daily Mail, there was an article by Boris Johnson about this non-versation. But we do not have a ready-made Ukrainian. And we have to create this dictionary. It's really difficult because Ukrainian language is not used at Global Agora. People mainly use the global trend, and now English and IT languages are very, very popular, and you can use them to send certain messages. So this dictionary is something we lack. Talking about positive things. Ostap was talking about the dictionary of war. It's a good way to explain us to the world. When new words get new meaning, when they are recoded. I am, as a researcher, also interested in the words that lose their meanings and become paradoxical. And for example, here I would like to quote some poetry, and they are mainly about life and death. For example, from Pavlo Koropchuk's poetry. Not the Marta, but just under, die or overlive, and there are similar words. Or there is another cycle of another journalist. He made a number of reports to reporters. Two children look into the sky. They are already dead or still alive. So recoding is taking place at some different levels. And one of these levels is the lullaby by Ivana Dmytro. This is the moment when a lullaby loses its meaning, because lullaby are sung to young kids when they go to sleep. And she was saying reality. And I encourage everybody who is involved to take maximum efforts to bring this language to some big audiences. This requires lots of efforts, and it should be done by everybody, by the journalists, literary critics, interpreters, by the politicians and diplomats. Today we have heard that the diplomats, the politicians are trying to bring us from the victim that has survived to something else. We do not communicate with the help of the language. We live in the language. And the way we look at the world uh, actually is different now from the lenses of the entire world. And the language we use should be adjusted to the other target audiences and the other speakers. And this is very complicated. So actually, this is the second question I wanted to ask about the approaches we use related to Agora. For example, when we reflect on something, we think about something. Mhm. So all our discussions about the changes in our language are related to some ethical discussions, for example, whether we can use these metaphors, culture battlefield, economic battlefield. It's not about whether it's nice or not. It's whether we do not devalue the experience of others, whether we really are fair in terms of language use. And now I would like you to mention your own personal experience. What are you doing consciously and intentionally when you are talking about some public discourse?
Thank you. I would also like to respond with some short statements to Oleksandr's speech and Olena's speech. You remember Olena was talking not just about words, not just about some linguistic side of things, but she was covering a wider context and she was talking about voice. And I remembered me and my husband staying in Kiev under siege, and we were listening to the radio, and there were two voices that really calmed us down. One of them was Olena Husseinova, well, probably calmed down me, not my husband. So one was Vadim Karpiak and Elena Husseinova, the other one. So this was the combination of words and voice, intonation, which really predetermined your day, your perception of the events, and even the way you breathed, whether you could breathe rather calm or not. So I guess that it is of interest how voice has this primary functionality. It works not only via sensitivity to words, but it also works on some performative level. And Oleksandr also told how sometimes we are trying to advocate our positions talking to Western interlocutors without relying on their context, on their narratives. We just don't reach our advocacy objective because of being too firm. And I think that it depends on the task that we have at that point of time. Are we talking about advocacy or are we talking about separation? Separation of ourselves from the Russian imperial world. This could probably result in different consequences of our conduct. And I think that, well, I don't have a clear answer. I think this is the issue that still needs to be thought over and discussed. But when we discuss some words that I would consider to be irrelevant in my speech, but I don't want to use them, but these are the expressions that are very common, like the civilized world. What kind of world is it? What do we mean by that? Western European world related to the present day empires that have kind of conquered other parts of the world that we would like to make friends with. Well, maybe we will never be able to make friends with them or free world. This, what kind of collocation is it? You're trying to make some part of the world better than the others, and this is the part of the world that is our partner, our ally, alleged ally. And here is another phrase that seemed to be very generous and noble in 2014, and I agree to what Olena said in this respect. So I also think that this is digression. Our language has not changed drastically, but we were ready for a certain type of broadcast of better on the 24th of February 2024, 22. And do you remember this phrase of the times of the Revolution of Dignity, Ukraine is Europe? For many people who were our addressees with that phrase, in particular for European intellectual communities, this phrase, this statement sounds on a kind of empire-related phrase. Because what is Europe? Europe is the heir of old empires that actually suppressed the major part of the world. Europe is somehow coping with this heritage, with this legacy, but it's not that easy for it. That's why their language, and by the way, what kind of, what do I mean by using this phrase, their language? What kind of language is it? That's what I sometimes use. So their language is relative, and that's why you are to notice different hidden narratives, because this is the self-analysis of the former dominator. And here Ukrainians come and they claim that we are also Europe, so it means that we are also joining this dominating position, but that's not what we meant when we said Ukraine is Europe. What we meant was all about honor and dignity, about a horizontal structure instead of hierarchical structure. We were talking about democracy, but the very phrase can be perceived and interpreted in an absolutely different way. So when you start looking at this problem from different angles, it appears that a lot of your neutral words, seemingly neutral words, could be interpreted in the way that they block your dialogue with certain interlocutors in some places. Thank you. Well, to tell the truth, on the one hand, we do have our own experience. On the other hand, we have some observations from the experience of colleagues. I think that several years ago, if we told that we are fighting in the cultural front line, it would seem natural. But now we can have just one front line. We cannot be using the word front line in a different sense, but for the combat line. That's why we need to find some other definition for our work within the cultural community. That is just an example of words which is rather superficial and obvious. Well, here we could also keep talking about our foreign international communications and the search of effective language. And again, I don't quite agree that when we use the word Europe, we can hear some post-colonial imperial context behind that word, maybe in some contexts, in some environments. And these are the environments that are difficult to work with. Why? Because according to my observations, these are exactly the environments that don't ever believe in the future of Europe. In general, the idea of existence of Western civilization is put to doubt. Just mention the statement in some academic environment, be it in the Europe or in the US, just use it as Western civilization and you will be mocked at. Though 30 years ago we used to have specific courses on the Western civilizations. Now it's kind of mockery. It's kind of non-existent notion, but where has it disappeared? Where did all that go that grew in the ancient world? And what about the West? Just West, or collective West? Again, this term is no longer obvious, though 30 years ago it used to be obvious. Now it's not. As far as Europe is concerned, well, a lot of senses are let down as the foundation for that notion. And in some situations, we really need to specify what we mean. And we have to claim that when we talk about Europe and our belonging to Europe, we mean something Kundera was writing about in his strategy of the Central Europe. What he meant by this, by the Central Europe, of course, not the colonies, of course, not the empires. What he meant was the civilization, self-help communities and people free from the inside who were suppressed back then by that dark Soviet power. I do understand that still a lot of people in Europe like this sort of self-identity, but that's what quite often urges us and leads us to despair when we talk to representatives of the Western world, and we can see some um, facial expressions, some eyes without any drive. They don't ever believe themselves that their world is moving ahead. That is the type of consciousness of decay of the late Roman Empire, collapse of the empire. Yes, we are going into decay. What do you want from us? And this infinite sense of guilt for something that happened about 500 years ago is the result of that. Of course, we need to take this all into account in our speech, because if we don't understand what the language of your interlocutor is, you will never reach your desirable results. Thank you. Let me start with some points that should be covered afterwards. You know, sometimes language starts speaking instead of you. I mean, a lot of things are obvious for you, and the language shows this, and there is some point in time when you can actually see this. When war broke out, that's what I normally say. Then I say when the Great War broke out. That's what I say, and then I actually don't know why shouldn't I call the Great War what has started happening in Crimea in 2015. And that is the process you're going over within several seconds. So these are the words that come out of your mouth. You feel ashamed of what you have said, and you're trying to correct this, to remedy yourself. And I would like to mention two most obvious things, two most obvious phrases when the war broke out and Ukrainian-Russian war. That is a very convenient structure, and when in 2016 I started working on the radio, I didn't want to say phrases like anti-terrorist forces operations or something like this. I said Ukrainian-Russian war. I was proud of that fact of using that phrase, and the audience was expressing their gratitude to me for that. But I think that now I need to learn to use a different phrase for that notion. For example, yesterday I came to realize that have focused the most on how um, how often I use the word whose um, when I ask questions, and particularly after the 24th of February, after the occupation of Kiev. So I use auxiliary words like whether or if. Will we have enough of the resources? Will we really be accepted to the EU within 5 years? This is my formula, which has always been with me, but I don't want to use it any longer. You know, that is a question that comes from talking to yourself. I don't want to ask closed questions where you can give the answer yes or no. I want to really address myself and all the interlocutors within which you could be able to consider things, to reflect upon things, and to give open answers. And this ability to think it over and to show this through your speech is something that can save us largely in our dialogues with the interlocutors where we are staying within different linguistic pictures of the world. And if we keep inviting our interlocutors to reflect on things, there will be some point of contact that we will detect, and there will be some overlapping area where our speeches, linguistic pictures of the world will not be that much different. We are the bearers of metonymic speech because some things that exist as metaphors in the world are absolute reality for us, and this is the most important point to reach an agreement. And finally, let me tell a good story about meeting good Russians. Unfortunately, that is one of my favorite topics for now. This year in spring, I learned that our colleagues from the Russian milieu, be it journalists or writers, have got a different meaning of the word protest. I had a close discussion with a Russian speaking journalist from Estonian media, and I spent all in all about 120 hours of chatting and having telephone talks until I finally realized that the word protest that with us is related to some political actions everyone is involved we have all been involved in them since 1990s, and when we use the word protest we can see a very clear historic event, be it the student revolution on the granite or the language Maidan or Ukraine without Kuchma, or small rallies and protests in small towns against local authorities, or the Euromaidan, or the people who were opposing tanks in Kherson. So we see a specific event behind that, but they just see the phenomena of disagreement. If I don't want to do something, I don't want to have soup, I'm protesting against soup. That is the citation. And that is kind of anecdotic gap between our vocabularies. And this gap cannot be bridged. Thank you. Let me remind you that I'm language concerned, and I normally record the words over which I start stumbling, and I can notice that I keep stumbling over them more and more often, and I have tried to jot down what are the words that I stumble over. Um, yeah, when I used to have some wound or some scrap, I could say that this is my combat wound or the enemy's bullet. Of course, it doesn't work, and now you cannot use such phrases because of the changes in the reality where we really do have combat wounds and we really do have such things like bullets. Then metaphors related to death all keep also disappearing from my speech. For example, you have scared me to death. Now, I don't use such a phrase because death is there. You can see it together with the missiles, and that is already something that is no longer a metaphor. That is already our reality, and you cannot be using this metaphor as a metaphor in daily life. The front of changes. Well, zero front. Well, I used to say that all Ukraine is the zero front line because everybody is fighting as a volunteer, as a paramedic. But anyway, the front line is the front line. In reality, they is different. And this zero point or the front line that Chach was writing about is not comparable to the experience which we have in our front lines in inverted commas. It's much more difficult with intimate narratives like prayers. I'm the representative of the Ukrainian Catholic University, and quite often we have masses, we have prayers, liturgies, and I know from the experience of many other poets and believers that sometimes we leave out one phrase, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive the trespasses of others, because we do not forgive the trespasses of our enemy, and that's an absolutely different level of forgiveness, and this is the issue we will still need to discuss a lot in our audiences. And there is another phrase, an idiom, that you will never wish it even to your enemy. but now we are really wishing our enemy everything they are doing to us. But instead of that, there keep popping up some phrases that are gaining pace and they are becoming deeper in terms of their sense than they used to be before the war, be it full-scale war or the war of 2014. For example, this is the formula of love that cannot be explained to the outside, like, how are you? How are things? If somebody writes to you in chat, how are you? This really means a lot. It's a very deep phrase, in particular if you come across this formula um, and you're a serviceman or you're asked such a thing by the serviceman. And the formula I use is Alexander Mahad's formula, who wrote after his house was bombed, was attacked. He wrote minus the house. And after that, I saw the same thing in Katerina Yegorishkina's poetry, and this minus the house has become a certain formula, a certain marker that I see, and I know that that is the equation which means a lot for our people, and probably the people who don't have their minus the house will not understand it. And here is another paraphrase that keeps popping up. Let me quote Artur Dron, a poet who is in the front line. He has reconsidered and rephrased the quotation from a song. Even John Paul II used to sing here in Vivo when he had a meeting with young people. It was raining, and John Paul II started singing that it's raining, children are growing, and he said that there was a song that rain, go away, we don't need you here, please go to heaven. So here is the rephrased song of John Paul II. He said that it's raining. It's raining. Well, let me recall it. Soldiers are falling and children are growing. It was kind of play in words. And in this formula, we can already see substantial changes which we perceive, but they are probably not clear to others. And it's very interesting how different notions tend to become null and void, and how things lose their senses and acquire absolutely different senses. I think that we will still discuss this, but as far as metaphors are concerned, let me get back to what Olena said about metaphors, as to whether metaphors work or no, don't. It was Katerina Korytko who said something about that. She was talking about poetry, and she said that now I finally feel that honesty of poetry remains its greatest value, because it calls a spade, and the reader is ready to understand the meat of the text, standing behind the metaphors. And the readiness of the poetry to offer this meat is something important. That is a tool of reconstruction that will leave the time and reality and ourselves as we are. That is intangible property, intangible heritage using which we will be reconstructing ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have some time, and I won't ask you right now about some forecast or predictions, but about the observations. Where is it going? I remember the Congress of 2021, also in autumn, and I remember that while listening to these discussions, I remembered some similar topics that dated back to the previous decade, and it occurred to me what kind of progress we have achieved for 10 years, let alone 25 years. So at that time, in autumn 2021, this growing up during one decade was obvious. How the questions are posed, how transparent the formulations are, how everything is directly related with the action. and I felt very optimistic about it. The changes we have been talking about, do they give some space for optimism, or we shall lose something the moment we complete or finish this experience? Thank you. While Oksana was talking, I remembered a documentary film called Collapse. It was filmed by SUSHKO, broadcasting company. The author was Oleksandr Zinchenko, and he took lots of interviews of different politicians. And when I was watching these interviews and I was listening to these people, I thought they were titans. They were very clever and intelligent people. It was high quality politics in comparison with what we have now in the majority of cases. And to some extent, it contradicts your optimism. Certain fields definitely didn't make any progress. It seems to me that in some places, in some areas, the weak, the thought and the thinking actually regressed. If we take a look what we actually what we had when we left, when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was very good advances in technological sciences, and there were some weaknesses in the humanities. In general, the humanities were very weak, and actually there was not that much of humanitarian thinking. We were trying to get to the point where the humanities are well developed. It seems to me the situation got better. Probably not in the way we wanted it to be, but the situation progressed. I remember the words of an American researcher of the Ukrainian theater, Michael Fowell, and I think that it will be published soon in Ukrainian. So she said for several times, and by the way, she is one of those people who learned Ukrainian language, so she several times uh, addressed this issue of central point, whether this central point is here at your place or in some distant places. So it seems to me that we feel this central place within ourselves much better, and this is something that gives us confidence, and this is something that uh, is related to the humanities and to the humanities education. And this is what makes me optimistic, but I probably wouldn't dare make some more specific pro- forecast. There is a metaphor that now we live in the middle of the chapter of a school history book, and we don't know the end of this chapter. We just want this chapter to end with a happy end. So our minus is that we don't know the end, and our advantage is that we can actually influence the end because we in the middle of this chapter, and this is something that brings us hope. Definitely, if you take a look at this analytical landscape, you see all the theories related to our future. Some of them are pessimistic, some of them are optimistic. The pessimistic ones say that probably the war will end not in the way we want it to end. We definitely know that Ukraine will survive, but we don't know how it will be, and we are doing everything possible to make it happen the way it is. And Second point is the human capital, and this is the biggest risk after losing the war. So even if the war is stopped now, we already lost 2 or 3 million very productive people. But as the war is going on, these losses will be even more disastrous. There are already some calculations and models and researchers that show that, well, sooner or later we shall face this loss of human capital. On the other hand, I can state that we finished the epoch of non-vectorial movement. Now we already have this sense of direction, and this sense is to be preserved as a Ukrainian community and also to become part of this expanded European community. So these two things in one give you this sense of direction. And it is the greatest value for me because I remember very well the times when the most important characteristic of our society was that nobody knew where the society was going and what it wanted. So there are some forecasts, there are some optimistic and pessimistic ones, but we shall work in order to make the optimistic ones come true. I will probably reiterate what Olesia has said. I think that there are lots of important things happen. We see their traces, we see certain things. So far, we cannot build certain things, but we see only one thing that is happening. It is comfortable for us to stay within our things. It is comfortable for us within our literature. I remember this feeling of comfort from the very first day of the full-scale invasion. You want to say something and you immediately need to quote the Ukrainian classic. And you understand that, well, what you're talking about is something that is known to you from the school program, but now this metaphor uh, exists and you look at it from a different point of view. So when we are talking about the uh, Ukrainian literature, we just do not say that that Ryczynski's sisters and Irena is something about First Sight saga. So this reference is something we do not need already. It's okay for us just to see what was Khrystyna, how he was as a writer. There is no need to compare him to Kafka. And it's about something very simple. Another thing, what is in store for us? We shall become adults, and we matured from the very first day of full-scale invasion. And it started with the words we used. For example, I remember saying, dear friends, let's take care of ourselves and the rest will be taken care of by the armed forces of Ukraine. But now I understand that everybody who is in my surrounding probably may represent the armed forces of Ukraine. And we have changed our rhetoric because now we have a more responsible and mature attitude to the armed forces. And I think that this maturity, this adulthood, will just increase. Well, a very interesting idea. but probably we cover certain stages. In literature, there is this so-called the character arc. For example, whether it is possible to make uh, a princess out of Cinderella. When I visited one of the foreign conferences, I told them about the war, how we conducted meetings of Ukrainian pen in the shelters, and there were representatives of the other three countries where the war was happening at the same time. Ukraine is not the only country where the war is, and we somehow fit the joint uh, discourse. So we are not unique in this respect, and we also probably need some synergy and mutual understanding. The second point, optimism and pessimism. I have taken a book which I actually have for a long time, and the book is about one man actually was trying to research how people were changing their surnames. For example, those who had the surname Hitler were trying to change it into something else. So people who had religious surnames uh, related to religion were trying to change their surnames into non-religious ones. The book was very interesting. So the daughter of that man found these papers and actually published it. And now I see what is happening in Ukraine, how people with the Russian surnames change their surnames into Ukrainian ones. Or they actually take the surnames of their women, if we are talking about men. In my opinion, it is a very positive trend. Another trend I just see among our students, we have actually different students. For example, there were Russian-speaking students who were speaking Ukrainian during the lecture, and they were speaking Russian during the breaks and between themselves. And now they start speaking Ukrainian all the time, even between themselves. And when I asked them, why are you doing it? They quoted Putin, who said, Russia ends where the Russian language ends. And it's very positive that the students are aware of this. This war allowed us to take a different look at ourselves and to give birth to our voice. I'm sure that there will be boom of new literature, and the book by Katerina Michalitsina is another signal for me that we are going to find that lost voices. In case of Katya, these are female voices, uh, grandmothers and great grandmothers. So it was an interesting story related to Mariana Kianowska about Baban Yar. So now we'll try to find our roots. Now we'll probably try to learn more about our stories. Lots of stories were hidden, were covered up about Holodomor, about famine, man-made famine, about mass repressions. So when these stories were told in the family of my husband, I thought probably it is exaggeration. There was probably not something like that. Now I understand they actually diminished the stories. The real situation was much worse. And this is probably the most positive thing for me. We are trying not only to fix the current ideas about the war, but we'll try to fill those lacunas which were left, the gaps which left from the previous times. I think that our kids will have a totally different level of patriotism. a different level of understanding what Ukraine is, what are our symbols, what are Ukrainian people. This is a different level of upbringing and empathy. This is important because we shall have more and more people in our society that will in need of this empathy. Thank you very much. That was a great panel in my opinion. And we are really great because we managed to make up for the delay and finished almost in time. And I think that Astat now will announce the next panel. Thank you. Oksana, thank you for moderating the panel. Dear colleagues, dear participants of the Congress, people are still coming. So why we have decided to start with the topic, the language of war? We use the words, we create the world with the help of the words, we make it livable, we create our communities, we create our identities with our words, and under such dramatic circumstances, we have to discuss what is happening to the language and what is happening to the reverse side of the language, what is happening to our silence, what kind of new meanings this silence take. Whether we are talking about the silence of security or we are talking about the silence of threat, the silence is talking, the silence, figures of silence replace the figures of the language. Or probably the silence may be part of our healing. Probably the silence can be helpful where the words cannot help. So how are we silent? Why are we silent? What for are we silent? This is the topic of our third discussions. And I would like to introduce our speakers who will participate in this discussion. So I'll start the way we started the previous time. Let's applaud to the writer, the lawyer, the member of the Ukrainian PAN, Larisa Denisenko, a performer, stage director, dancer Viktor Ruban, the art critic, the curator, the art study scholar Boris Vlodko, and a psychotherapist, a psychoanalyst, Mr. Roman Ketcher. And the session will be moderated by a journalist, a culture manager, Ms. Ivana SKYBA-YAKUBOVA. And traditionally, I give this mic to the moderator. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, once again, so let us start. I can do it for a long time, but silence without any warnings, silence which is unconventional, silence which was not agreed about, may be very tense and anxious, may be threatening, probably because we are rooted in words. We need the language, and when there is silence, we do not have the ground under our feet, and we do not have something to support ourselves on, and we cannot make any conclusions. And silence can kill, and I know it from my own experience, and it can be actually a healing process, and I think this is a very good place and a very good moment to still eh, spend a minute of silence with those with whom we cannot talk in the usual way, but with whom we can talk using the language of memory. Thank you very much. It is important to remember these people both in words, with words and with silence. It's a nice oxymoron, talk about silence. In order to jointly analyze silence, we have to transform it into something opposite. It's similar to death. We cannot work in the territory of death. When we can understand silence, we probably can rely on our body feelings, and this is when we are trying to understand it individually. But when we are trying to do it together, we still have to rely on words. So let us start this discussion. Probably I will use some strange metaphor, but silence and language and their correlation, in my opinion, are similar to correlation between construction and space in architecture. So if silence is space, what can it be? It can be a big room where a certain event is held. It can be a shelter. It can be a torture chamber. And when I was thinking about it, I came across a quote by Vakhtang Kibuladze, who actually unfolds this metaphor into a different direction, saying that silence is a wall that divides the private and the public. So let's discuss it, whether it's a wall or space, whether first of all there was the word or silence. Let's speak how we feel it and whether we generally should talk about silence. And I would probably give you these questions, you will answer. So, what are the societal risks where silence becomes threatening, where we should speak and where we should not speak, or if we speak, we should face the consequences? And today, in our inspirational speech, the colleague was talking about that education that results in lack of punishment. There are people who are silent because they just cannot speak, and still there are situations when people should speak. Well, I am a lawyer, and my duty is to listen to other people and to preserve their right to speak. And usually, people, while talking to me, rely on this practice, and as a result, we have the space of trust. So we are listening. I'm listening. I definitely feel where there is the public thing and where there is the private thing. And if it is public, I understand that I can transform it in a way that it is useful for society. And if it is not important for the society, I actually keep it within the construct of silence. In my opinion, there are such moments when a person should speak instead of others, and there are also moments when a person is supposed to protect the voices or silences of other people. And one have somehow to understand this, particularly in the stressful situations. We have to understand why and where and when we speak, and why and when we keep silence. So, for example, think about the waves. Think about the way we function when we are engaged into information space. We see something that makes us irritated, puzzled, makes us dissatisfied, makes us indignant. We have this wave, we have this high frequency, and we start shouting. However, at the lower level and at some deep level, there may be some very awful things happening which we do not notice and do not hear. This is neither bad, neither good, this is just reality. So when it is high frequency, when it is a wave, we hear it and we are part of this anxiety, we are part of this excitement, and people understand that, some people understand that probably it's necessary to go deep and see what is happening there. So it's about the frequency and different experiences. Now I am at the same frequency as survivors, women and girls who are survivors of rapes or sexual violence. I can listen to them, we have already established trust, they can talk to each other, and this is our frequency. But some people are at some other frequencies where there are some other talks, and there are some other frequencies where there are silences. And we do not hear each other because we are comfortable at our own frequency. And here is the frequency of silence. And here is again somebody speaking. So, in the same way, people who are under different circumstances of stress, pain, or fear, they are functioning in the same way. Some people have their frequency and they keep silence. Some people just talk, some people hear this talk. And shelters is something that is demonstrated by a family story. For example, if there is a grandmother, an old person in the family who keeps silent about what was happening to them in 1930s or 1940s or 1950s, and actually my grandmother was deported from the occupied Lithuania into Bryansk region. And when I was born in 1973, in our family, there was a taboo on any story related to our Lithuanian origin, Roman Catholic origin, and some other things, because she was persecuted, because she understood that there were things she could talk and there were things she couldn't talk, and as a result, it reflected on the family story of the entire family. And actually, it's very difficult to then renew this layer of family history. And now everything is done in a different way. The society is digitalized and the voice even digitalized, but still at the same time, people are trying to find some shelter because of pain, because of fear, because of discomfort, because of concern, because of lack of secure and safe place, because you may be a person who is not comfortable among other people. And this silence can be actually very dangerous. But we have to understand how can we learn to talk. We really have an everyday practice of paying this minute of tribute, a minute of silence to those who were killed by the Russian occupiers, to those who perished during the battle for their motherland and for their family. Somebody is silent, somebody is praying, somebody is trying to think at that minute about the people who died. Because this is the minute of tribute, the minute of respect to those was whose life ended, and to those who are still alive but who lost their beloved ones. And this practice of understanding the silence with respect means that we have to understand the speaking with respect. It's important for us to understand that genocide is about all of us. It's about the nation. But there are people who were direct victims of the crimes. Probably now these victims are not us, but they may be our close friends, and they have more rights to silence than to speaking. First of all, we have to learn to listen to them, to learn to protect them, and later transform this trust into communication.
Thanks a lot. And here, right away, I would like to point out a couple of statements that you have presented about silence as the space for trust and protection. That is also about the use of silence where there could be no talking as yet, about some continuity of silence and the silence as a manifestation of respect. 2 months ago at the book Arsenal, I cracked a joke that there are some panels and some topics I cannot attend without my psychotherapist, and I'm not going to answer this question without, not in the presence of my psychotherapist. And I think that now we have a psychiatrist on this panel for me to feel more comfortable here. So let me appeal to you. I've got complex relationship with silence. Silence is a black material, black substance for me. That is an area of fear, of danger. But for the situations when it's about Russian liberals that keep saying something about Ukraine, let them keep silent better. Or when civilians are trying to assess military actions, because this assessment could be just wrapped up with the words "shut up." Majorly, I perceive silence as danger, probably not in vain. And I remember that you used to talk about trauma, and you claimed that trauma appears where people cannot cry, and it results from silence. So today, at one of the panels, we also had a statement that silence is a tool of totalitarian regimes. Just keep up, shut up. And that's what authoritarian leaders demand from us. What happens if we violate this silence? Will we be healed or vice versa? Where do we need to keep talking and where do we need to be silent? Good afternoon to everyone. Let me first make sure that you can hear me well enough because I cannot hear you quite well. That's why let's check this. If yes, then I will keep talking. Well, first of all, I don't know the answer to this question. That's what I would like to tell right away. I can just share my contemplations, not knowledge, but contemplations. On the one hand, we have a general truism today saying that trauma is inside silence, inside the space where you cannot talk. That is something that cannot be told in the mind-body medicine. That there is a notion of legitimia when you don't have the words to express your feelings. The feelings cannot be detected, cannot be recognized, cannot be named or labeled, and cannot be manifested or shown in the bodily sense or through words. That sort of feelings that are non-recognizable transform into a bodily symptom, and they are conveyed via bodily physical diseases. Maybe that is a basic truism standing behind the common understanding of the mind-body medicine and the human body. But when we talk about silence, silence should be used in plural. These are different sorts of silence. We could hush up trauma, we could hush it up because of the ban and prohibition or because it's not possible to talk it over. We can keep silent because we don't understand what to talk about, we don't know what our feeling is about. Also, we can keep silent when it's a secret or when we don't want to disclose the truth. Also, we can keep silent when everything is clear without any words, when you can show the empathy to the other person's feelings. So these are all different sorts of silence, and these sorts of silence have a different meaning behind them. If we take modern philosophers and thinkers in the field of psychoanalysis, let's say Christopher Bovos, he says that a human cannot share the unexpressed known things. Or Tormund Ogden, another contemporary US psychoanalyst, also says that the person knows but don't know that he or she knows. In other words, we all know what we are keeping silent about and which is inside us, but sometimes we cannot express, we cannot speak about that, but that is an implicit knowledge which is there. And our role, the role of the person who wants to contribute and to help, lies in recognizing this unexpressed known, to detect the thing the other person is keeping silent about, and to understand whether they could talk about that further on or keep silent about that. It's not about labeling everything. We don't have words to label everything because not every experience can really be shared by us because not all of us have the same experience. It's not just about talking about something, it's about thinking about the things we cannot be silent about. In other words, we are staying within a specific culture where a lot of things are hushed up. Probably you know that there are a lot of things that are not to be voiced. Sometimes that's not quite adequate, sometimes that's because of the violation of some cultural taboos. But even if things are not voiced, you still need to have the freedom and the will and the capacity to think about those things and those phenomena. Suppose now we are not talking about injustice. We can be staying here, we could be talking about injustice, but other people cannot be doing that because they are bombarded, they are under missile attacks, they have lost their relatives, they have lost their houses, and they are leaving, they are fleeing. Some of them are staying in their occupation. So, of course, it's all about injustice. This is not fair. And it's not because we are kind, good people and other people are bad. It's just a coincidence. It's just some occasional nature of all those things happening. And we do have injustice. When we go into the street, we try to live an ordinary civilian life. We are walking along the streets of Lviv, and we don't feel this awfulness of the war until the air alarm starts signaling. I wouldn't mean that this is bad. It's our normal defense mechanism that is trying to protect us against the things we cannot tolerate. And this is what makes us not just keep away from speaking about it, but keep away from thinking about that. In that way, we are trying to keep our face in the future. So when we're talking about silence, we always mean a certain proportion, a certain ratio. as to what can possibly be said. And within this part, the last thing I would like to mention is that the truths we are voicing also needs to wear a certain form. The truths we can voice requires a certain aesthetic cover. Not everything can be told straightforwardly. Some of the things can be mentioned as an allegory, as a metaphor. Some things can be said via silence, common silence. Silence is not only something that scares you away, that is also something that constitutes a way for us to share the things that are not said. And I think that we have started with silence, and in that way, this silence is prompting us what emotions we can share in that way through non-uttered things. And can silence be translated? Because we have been talking a lot about difficulties in translating our experiences at the level of the text and at any other levels. What about translating silence? How do we tell, how do we express what we are keeping silent about? Is it generally possible? Well, somebody has already done this. Somebody has carved those things, made those sculptures, made those paintings. So art is one of the ways to do this. Music, theater, these are the ways for this. If everything could be uttered through words, we wouldn't need other languages. The languages are a way of talking about the things that have not be uttered or cannot be uttered. I think that there are also a lot of other things art even cannot talk about. Suppose faith. Well, Boris, that will be the question to you as well. You are a philosopher in the background, and now you are a book publisher. So, can silence be translated? And let me continue this talk with the following. Let's um, talk about the right to keep silent in comparison with this risk of collective talking. You know, the deeper we're going into the war, the better I understand my grandfather, who reached Berlin but didn't tell any single word about his way there and what happened there. I understand that he didn't mention some things because he couldn't talk about them and he didn't know what to tell about them. But some of the things were hushed up by him because we because he actually did not always want to share the tragic experience he had got there. Well, sorry for such a long introduction, but I try to I make regular attempts to record my experience of this year and a half, but sometimes I cannot do this. Sometimes that's because my experience seems to me very small experiences compared to people who perished in Mariupol or who survived in Mariupol. And then I think, okay, I just attended 3 exhumations. That's just 3 more than I would like to attend. But that's not that much. But do I want to share this experience of meeting death to anybody else? I'm not sure. And at this moment of time, I just keep silent and I cannot write anything. So kind of those deep trenches left by the silence of our past generations in our memories. Are we following the same path? Are we going to keep silent about all this as our grandfathers did, or are we going to take ourselves out of this silence? Thank you for the question. Welcome to everyone. That is the citation from Abelt and from his lecture on the literature, on German literature, which has not left sufficient testimony of the bombardments of cities, but I will take a little bit different path and then I will get back to the statement. So at the beginning I would like to say that for me a virtue and one of the most important tasks as for now is the opportunity to talk and to speak and to find some voice and some a language using which this can be done. And if we speak about the opposite to silence, speaking is not the one for me. I think that speaking using cliches where you do not express yourself or uniqueness of your context is just the opposite to silence. When you're just using some cliches and the phrases people around you have normally been using, and this is not real talking, this is not real dialogue, this is just substitution of your phrases with ready-made solutions. And it seems to me that it is the search of this path in my curator's practical work and writing practice constitutes the path towards discussing the practices of each other and the language we should be using while writing. But at the same time, I would like, after some name droppings made today, I would like to mention that there are some common ideas about silence which have been a matter of principle for me over a long period of time. I kept thinking about those statements, those ideas. One of them is the philosophy program of Ludwig Wittgenstein and his statement that you should keep silent about the things that you cannot talk about. That was the phrase written during the First World War, at the front line, and this is the phrase that actually does not ban certain forms of interaction, but it shows that besides language, we have a lot of other ways of interacting, and as the opposite to speaking in this case is not silence, but the practices through which we could help each other and do something together. These are not necessarily verbal practices. If we have a look at the biography of Ludwig Wittgenstein, after staying in the front line, he worked as a gardener and as a school teacher in a small Austrian town, and he generally didn't intend to get back to philosophy or to some other intellectual practices. The other statement, which has also been voiced today in the inspirational speech from Theodor Adorno, it is the statement concerning whether it's possible to write poetry and to do art after Auschwitz. And this phrase is highly cited now, and quite often in Europe I am asked the question what I think about this, since I'm the curator and an art critic. And I can tell that as far as this statement is concerned, at some point in time, I understood that the representative of the German culture is asking this question. And after the 24th of February, I have seen artists becoming even more active in their practice, in their work. They are trying to transform their artistic language to really be heard. And I think that this situation is just the opposite to what Adorno was talking about, and he was not ready for it, I guess, because he asked this question in a different context, in the context of the aggressor state, and the country that has actually caused the Holocaust, made it happen. And this is an absolutely different context than the context of the people who are fighting against the aggression, who are trying to survive, and who are trying to build some of their own ways of talking and expressing, documenting and recording of what had happened in order to discuss the things the way they are without really having literature as such, literature written in a value-added language, artificial language. And to conclude, I would like to say that when I have a look at this topic, what comes to my mind is, of course, a widespread doubt of artists and painters concerning what they are doing. Because in spite of a great number of works produced, exhibitions staged, displays, practices, in particular collective practices. Anyway, this question does not go away, and this is the question on which may get different answers, and the doubts have long been there. And quite often we can see that artists in the year 2022 were making rather substantial long pauses in order somehow to cope with this doubt. But all of them got back to their practice, at least the ones whom I used to know. Yeah, I still wanted to finish with this doubt. I'm really grateful to you for actually opposing this citation from Adorno, because it's really important to remind everyone that the context in which he was using this phrase was different. And I think that Ukrainian poetry of the times of the Great War is much more healing, um, while any Russian poetry, even that the one written by good Russians, looks as a kind of things that can irritate us. And for every metaphor, I can really ask them, "Are you serious or are you joking?" It's kind of offensive. But Victor, I've got a question on you. Seemingly a simple question, but it's not that simple. What do we do if words are not enough? And what do we do? How do we speak when we actually cannot speak? And um, quite often I tend to think that besides verbal silence, there is also the so-called body silence, when you feel that your body keeps silent. So you are a person who works with that. So what would you add on that point?
Good afternoon. Before I start, I would like to suggest a couple of micro performances. The first one is like this. Another one is coming. This one was a bit longer because it's a bit more complicated. And this is just a lead to the Kabbaladzes quote about space or wall. Silence can be different. I actually could offer some other versions of silence. I don't know how performative they were for you, how clear they were for you, but these are two radical manifestations of silence that can be observed in our everyday life and can be identified in our everyday life. Silence can be separate, can be isolated, and silence can be inclusive. Silence can be shared with others, and these two types of experience are totally different ways of communication and interaction. Why I have decided to start with it? I have actually a combo at this panel, because apart from the fact that I'm an artist, a performer, a choreographer, dancer, I'm also a producer. I'm also a person who deals with psychoeducation regarding the uh, therapy with creativity. I'm a person who is involved in cultural activism and cultural diplomacy. So why I'm talking about all these things? In order to present several cases from the viewpoint of artists after the February, the 24th of February 2022, I was asked several times, what are you working on? What will be the performance you are working on? And I cannot, as a performer, speak with the language of my body and my dance. Uh, and therefore, silence is a conscious choice of mine, because an artistic gesture for me starts with a very clear internal impulse, and I do not feel this impulse right now. I do not accept it, I cannot absorb it. So I am under the impression that I'm on board of a ship that is actually at storm, and I'm not stable, and everything around me is not stable, and therefore I cannot use the language of art in order to express myself. Talking about psychoeducation, I actually wanted to put it till the end, but I'll talk about it now. We live in a society where not everyone has PTSD, but still we live in a society where there are lots of people with PTSD or people with traumatic experience. And you have rightfully said that silence is an action. This is not a symptom. A person cannot speak whether when a person has some fears, or a person doesn't have trust or cannot formulate his or her experience. And this performative point is really helpful because we have to observe the silence in our environment, because we definitely use the verbal communication, but also we use non-verbal communication. So to be sensitive and identify this silence, whether we should give person some space within this silence. Probably we can offer somebody a bottle of water, and we may do it even without words. For example, recently my colleague Oleksandr was in Kiev on a holiday. Now he is in the armed forces of Ukraine, but before 2022 he was part of Human Rights Watch, and they were documenting the war crimes. So when I saw that he was in Kiev, the only thing I could do was to write him, if you have a chance to, if you want to meet, let's meet and be silent. I actually couldn't understand what we could talk about, but I just wanted to be there for him. And it seems to me that the action of this type of silence is also support. When there are no words, it can also be some action if a person agrees to do it. From the viewpoint of producing and curator's work, now I understand that I have this uh, lamp which is on and off all the time, and I do not have any right to keep silent. And whatever projects we are talking about, whether this is solidarity event or some online performances for foreign audiences or some small initiatives, I'm always in, because I understand that these are the meetings where people can share some senses, can exchange some senses, can learn from each other, can present something, just to take a different look at their life from a creative point of view, in order to get some positive impressions, or even do something together in a shelter. And it can be the best form of uh, mutual support. If we are talking about some cultural forms, this can be readings or some poetic uh, parties, because they are very important for bringing people together. Move on. This is important. And the best thing happens between the words. Well, not what was discussed, but the way people felt during these discussions. And talking about cultural diplomacy, I would probably mention here the points of something external and internal. Understanding culture as the field of activity, maintaining the importance of culture at the level of the state, identifying the principles of cultural policy. So these things that actually encompass certain things. So well, this is the topic which sounds very abstract, super abstract. I'm really happy that we have such meetings as this Congress of Culture, which gives some momentum, which serves as a think tank, as a factory of thought. We are talking about bringing together intellectuals in order to come up with something. We usually try to join this or that team, and still since 2015 we haven't done anything. For example, we had reanimation package of reforms, there were congresses of culture, and actually since the time, again, the topic remains abstract. But as a follow-up of the previous discussion within the international activity, I clearly see at least one topic which is muted, which is actually silenced, and this is the topic of colonial past. That definitely we do have these post-colonial, decolonial studies, but when we at some panel discussions where I participated start talking about it, the topic is immediately covered with the statement, it's not that clear. And for example, once we discussed it with one of the famous French artists, and we were talking about banning Russian culture and why is it not perceived properly. So he asked me, when the French army landed in Algiers, they did many awful things, but does it mean that the French culture is bad? And for me, it's clear that culture participated in shaping and forming these French soldiers. Definitely, we have to discuss it in more details. But if this example is given, it means that the dialogue is not going on within the French circle of intellectuals. Thank you. Talking about how we can extrapolate our experience onto the external side and how we should talk to the former empires or colonized territories. So these are the topics for the day after tomorrow, and I encourage you to visit it as well. From what you have just said, I would like to focus on the word coexistence. Well, I again remember a book, Arsenal Festival, and one of the colleagues of mine from Poland said, I have never seen people hugging each other so much and in such a way. And it was necessary for us to feel each other. It was necessary for us to feel that we are alive. Probably you remember in childhood people were playing some just games. What kind of sound, for example, you do not pronounce? So I'll do something similar. We have this question, what are we silent about? And the question is to each of you. So what are you silent about? And let's talk about certain social things. What I mean, for example, when I work as a fixer with foreign media, I understand that I silence many things. For example, I can compose a route in Kharkiv and I'll show many painful things. And I can compose another route and it will be very nice and pleasant. There are topics which I, for example, do not allow to be touched. For example, this is the topic about exhumation of the killed people, and Ostap has left the room, but once we discussed the point that while selecting the stories for the Dictionary of War, he also left some stories untouched. So there are things we don't want to talk in public. Not just we cannot do it physiologically, but just because we understand that in some contexts they are not topical, they are not current. We just let them go through our ethical sieve. And I would like to listen about your experience, and particularly about the experience that is changing. For example, something you could be silent about 1.5 years ago. Now you think that, for example, it's time to address this point. I understand that probably it's a complicated issue, but probably somebody would like to start. Larissa? Okay, you're welcome. I have also this experience of not allowing something to happen. For example, there are stories related to war crimes. I'm talking about sexual violence and kidnapping of kids, and sometimes foreign journalists consider this to be a sort of a TV series, and you definitely notice it. And they explain that the society they work for actually want to have this drama, want to have this sort of TV series when one part starts and then another is even more awful and another one is even more. For example, I want you to give me to let me speak to a child who was raped in front of his mother or vice versa. So there are people who actually voice these ideas and who try to find some ways how to do it. And for example, you can get accreditation and you can go with fixers to these temporary occupied territories. And yes, there are cases when a person who went through this situation is keeping silent, but a person who was a witness cannot just stop talking. A person has to talk it out, and as a result, we have quite dangerous texts. For example, we have several such texts, and people, well, you know that a sexual crime is a crime which is silenced. The person feels very uncomfortable, and somehow you're considered to be dirty. People look at you, people start thinking what kind of your behavior was, And for example, if it was not accepted in the community before, the situation is even deteriorates. If there is, uh, if your relatives are in the army, probably you wouldn't talk about it because by this you harm your person who was unable to protect you. And actually, for example, there is such a text and it is viewed by 1 million people, and people are not ready for this.
People are not ready that the information about the crime that was committed against him or her is provided to millions of people. The person does not realize that this is the element of just reading some information about the picture. You just need to make a swap to shift your focus of attention. But sometimes the person, when seeing such a great number of views, gets into physical danger because the people are still under the territory which is under in the territory which is under artillery strikes, and there always are different collaborators who can actually point a finger at you as to a person who has already made this information public. And there appears a point in time when a person feels really not protected. I'm trying to do my best to really filter the information, to do the testing, and to talk to people very seriously. And I keep telling about the cultural background, why it so happens to Ukrainians and to Russians. I explain a lot because there may be different sorts of military conflicts, and the people coming from the outside cannot differentiate. That is not the story written about your land, about your blood. They just want to have more details. And you know, when I see that the person really realizes how to work with this sensitive issue, then we can start creating some coalition and start talking. Otherwise, I just keep my thoughts to myself. And as a chained dog, I just don't allow any person with a microphone to access to the people who have confessed to me. In particular, if I talk about children, in particular, if I see that this can really ruin a person, make him or her exhausted. Because a person at a different stage of experience may still be kind of naked and vulnerable and sensitive. And of course, a person who is naked sometimes cannot talk or cannot keep silent. We need to pay respect to this person, to this personality, to him or her as an individual. And I cannot encroach on having control over the life of another individual because this person was subject to violence. Um, she stayed under occupation. There were some violators, perpetrators, then commanders of those perpetrators. They just need to feel that they are precious by themselves, that they are proper, adequate personalities. And what I need to do is to assist these people for further aggression not to come as a major consequence for this person. That's what my task is. As far as my experience is concerned, it's much easier for me to cope with it. You mentioned about 3 cases of exhumations that you attended, and you kind of said that it's both too much and not that much. And I keep counting the people I work with, and I understand that their experience as compared to my staying in the dangerous area of Kiev when there was a siege, well, that's not comparable. My existential experience is important for me, that's true, but in fact it's miserable as compared to all the other things. That's how I compare it. Maybe it shouldn't be compared. Maybe that's the wrong treatment. But until I understand deeper, more traumatic experiences, it would not be that much ethical for me to speak about my own experience. I think I will not forget my own experience, and when there is proper moment of time, I will consider it appropriate, I will talk it over. But now I have people to keep silent with. Thank you. And by the way, it's very interesting because those miserable experiences, well, a lot of my colleagues normally say that you should not measure, you should not compare. All experiences are invaluable and they should all be recorded, and this may help someone. But in fact, I keep to the same standpoint as you do. I cannot start talking about my experience um, since I have not really experienced something extremely awful. But on the other hand, from the point of view of civilized world, which we discussed, the notion that we discussed at the last panel, everything that we experience is already tragic and awful enough. Okay, let's move on. The same question, my confusing question was, whom are you keeping silent with and on what? On what topics? Or what do you hush up from someone? These are a little bit different questions, but still. I'll try to be brief for um, the Q&A session to also take place. I cannot tell with whom, but you can tell about what. Yes, I can tell about what. And most probably this is again not about my private life, but more about my public life. I definitely try, well, that's just one of points of my alertness, is not discussing the topics I haven't got any experience in. Why is it important as a case? You probably all understand what the situation around the movie Yurii is. It's all about ethics. And if we speak about the art, language, and about the work of artists and the work as far as communication of certain senses is concerned, I think we need to keep following those ethical standards. And I, as a creator or a co-creator, really need to think it over whether I am engaged enough and whether I've got the understanding and the experience and the sensitivity which would be enough to interact with a certain topic and with certain people. Is it really enough not to exploit them? So my taboo is not to exploit sensitive topics. That is my principle, and that's the thing I normally keep silent about. Mm, I generally follow the principle of tolerance. In particular, this is the tolerance in relation to some conduct of people I don't understand. Because again, if we get back to the society where we're staying now, well, of course, I should have my own boundaries and I should keep my own integrity. But anyway, you should not always respond aggressively when somebody is trying to trespass those boundaries. First, you need to try and understand, and then you need to respond. So this is one of the basic principles. Do not label anything right away. What kind of bullshit is it? You just need to first understand and then respond. And another manifestation of intolerance is that when I see obvious distortion, a manifestation of reality, I cannot but respond. I cannot hold my emotions. So normally, before the war, I would keep silent about that, but now I cannot. If I see distorted communications or distorted reality in communications, and if I can see that a certain conflict is being fomented, it's again the space where I should keep vigilant and I cannot but respond. We should really call a spade a spade. That was just in passing. Thank you, Boris. Boris, what sound you do not pronounce? What things do you hush up? Well, I would like to continue with the same idea. And it's really true that I don't want to keep silent when I hear some fake news, when there are some unethical principles voiced in the public space. But I don't know whether it's a part of confession or not, but I stopped using Facebook write because I was not ready to have so many ethical discussions or discussions on ethical matters where I can see that people respond very aggressively and do not follow ethical principles. Sometimes I can be silent. For example, keep silent about the sculpture installed in Lviv, and there are a lot of other topics I would like to speak on, but I keep silent. Out of the things I would like to speak about today during our discussion, well, this is probably not about my projects, but I just wanted to mention them as the projects that have been of importance as for me over this year and a half. And these projects have been the ways of manifesting and showing the things that are normally hashed up. I think that you know the Instagram channel of Bohdana Zayets, an artist, was called My Pet Spider, and she uses the format. She's been using it since the beginning of the war. It's called Secrets. That is an open Google form, and if you want to be anonymous and to express your strongest emotions and feelings, you can write about that. And as far as I know, Bohdana puts all those texts without selecting them, and quite often these are the texts about love, being in love, your relationship with the people near and near and dear to you, the issues of the Russian language. The platform has also already become a place where anonymous authors have started criticizing other anonymous authors. And Stanislav Torin used to characterize this platform as the platform that has become already a space for a special competition as to who is going to share more experience that can be disclosed only anonymously. I'm a co-curator of one of the exhibitions where we would like to show this work, so that's why I'm looking through Instagram. I've covered half of the text, and after that it's rather difficult for me after those reading sessions to feel good. And here is another project which has not been implemented, but it's under implementation. That is Katya Buchatska, the artist's project related to her blog, where she places some photographs in the Instagram after the that were taken after the full-scale invasion. And after a year and a half, she have decided to show some of the photos that she was supposed to show after the victory. And there will be a book of photographs, and it's called The Photographs from the Future Year. And that is also kind of self-censorship of collective silence or collective discussion, because today we are talking within this register of we, us, which is about collective space, collective us. And the things we share with each other on the Instagram is a part of our self-censorship, because quite often we don't share a lot of things. And I would also like to continue with the following idea. We have started using language in the practices where it was not necessary before, but the impression is that this is not enough and still some explanations need to be provided. I like Instagram, you know. Instagram has become the textual social media. You cannot provide a picture with no explanations of what you mean. It's next to impossible. And I've got a lot of friends and acquaintances who were not active subscribers of social media, but now they've started commented things placed there. And the artist Katya Lipkin actually called it a linguistic attack. When you always need to explain something to the person who doesn't understand you, you have to defend yourself. And that is something that is quite familiar to me, because over the first year after the full-scale invasion, you always had to respond to anything based on the misunderstanding between us and the Western world. I myself tried to provide some explanations, and actually these explanations were driven by my anger. That was the main incentive for me to write.
I hope that I have answered this question. Okay, we have some time, so please finish your thought. I just wanted to talk about it because the point has already been mentioned. I'm creating cartoons, and after the first shooting of Kharkiv, we, together with Daniil Shtaneev, created a cartoon how after a curfew you go out and you see some rockets near your house, and the paper cartoon was based on the idea that in the past I had different images and I saw them only in films, but this particular cartoon, for example, has a reference to Michelangelo Antonioni, where there is an explosion and you can see what was lost in this explosion, and this image of Antonioni is still with me. Dania, who is my co-author, his building was burnt in Rubizhne, and he also created uh, a cartoon about this. So when we were doing this, I thought that it is the last time that I can actually express my idea by actually placing this hyperlink to this archive of culture. So I'm talking about new experience, and it turned out that it doesn't work like this. It turned out that this type of work enabled us to establish contacts with people in Italy. And this is a plot where I talked to an American journalist, and this is the interview about war, and the journalist is not interested in my stories about Kharkiv and about Pavlo Markiv, and there is a point when he streamlines the interview into the topic, what do you think about the art during the war? And I answered that one of my favorite artists, Robert Rauschenberg, when he was a military officer in the American Army, wrote that he became an artist when he understood that Hitler is afraid of artists. And actually, Bauhaus was closed immediately after Hitler came to power, and therefore this sort of an artistic anti-Hitler coalition was formed. And then this journalist was very attentive, so he just started asking, what do you think about Rauschenberg and Pavlo Markiv? So this is establishing connections through the joint cultural context or any other things understandable to both sides. So it was a litmus paper, a litmus test, where people don't know how to accept you, what kind of education you have, how you can establish at least some situation of a conversation and not the situation of evaluation. So now we fully rethink what was in the cultural archive before February 24. There were lots of stories about disappointment. There was the article by Habermas. There was the post by Lars von Trier, but actually he apologized. And it seems to me, at least I'm talking about myself and my environment. So when we are in the situation when there is no primary trust in culture, any primary expression or performance or manifestation require additional work regarding compatibility with the previous experience. That's why we published Zabelt. Well, I wanted to talk about him, but there is no time. I see that you have mentioned von Trier. Well, sometimes it's really better to keep silent, not to apologize after. Romana, what you are silent about? I'm usually silent. This is my job to be attentive and to listen. Well, here I'm in the active role. I'm the front man, a speaker. But generally, my job is a secondary role. I have to give chance to another person to express himself or herself. So what I'm silent about, I'm more and more silent because I have more and more doubts about what I know. When I was young, it seemed to me that I know a lot, but now I understand that I do not know a lot, and this is the primary reason because I am silent. It's not because I know a lot, but I don't want to tell you, but just because I start doubting what I know. And another point is I'm silent because of professional ethics. Just sometimes in order to hear, you should be silent. You should make something happen in order to form your idea about something. You should let this something happen. So that's why I'm silent sometimes. What else? I'm silent when I cannot express something in words. And here I have some very good company. Kant was talking about something in yourself. Lacan was talking about something you cannot describe. Neurophysiologists are talking about some.
We have the culture of incessant talking, writing, and social media when people don't know anything about a certain phenomena or have a vague idea. The less people know, the more convinced they are that they are right, and that they know the true nature of the phenomena, and that is very sad. That is the way culture is killed and ruined. Culture requires some space, and culture requires some form. What cannot be expressed in words could be expressed through dancing, singing, through architecture, and war will definitely affect our culture, and not just the culture of writing and speaking, but the visual, plastic culture and art. It will affect everything. But we will not all live up to that, and this is the sad part of what I wanted to tell you. Thank you. And I'm here as a psychiatrist, because of whom not everything can be said, right? Yes. Thanks a lot. So as far as Zabelt is concerned, I would advise you to have a look at the Past Future Art Project Facebook page. In the video section, there is a good talk about Mr. Zabelt with Boris and Johan Stasinevich and Oksana Dovopolova, recorded within the TYAK project. And since we are still all here, just in brief, keep silent, please. Just in brief, to conclude, let me return to the very beginning of our discussion, and let me ask once again the question on where we need to stop keeping silent. Suppose today, at the beginning of the day, we had a kind of a stopped silence when we started supporting Yuliia, because if there are things we want to change, we need to stop keeping silent. Larissa, in one of your interviews, you talk about judicial silence, kind of um, not talking against the other professionals. So where do we need to stop keeping silent? Well, I'm now appealing to my colleague Tatiana Trushchenska. She's a journalist, the editor-in-chief of Hromadske Radio, um, uh, and his son has died as a result of oncology. Was in April this year, and she is able to talk about her traumatic experience, which is difficult for any parent. And I can just see, we are close friends, bosom friends, and we are trying to see how people respond to that, how people react. Do you know why I'm discussing this? Because a lot of people having the same experience cannot find words to describe it. And when they read the words expressed by Tatiana, she seems to be talking instead of this person, and the person can actually recall something and start talking. That's why it exists. That's why words exist. If we share our experience, the person can probably find the words which were in his or her mind, but they were not expressed. So, using your experience, you can be helpful in that way to other people. Help them somehow coexist with their grief, and also to learn to speak on the topics that are kind of taboo in the society, or the topics we don't know how to respond to, but we will have to respond to that because the topic of death is becoming highly relevant. Unfortunately, we will have to discuss this topic with children, with elderly people, and we will have to find words to talk it over in order to support those people and not scare them off. And this is what is important, I guess. Concerning body and bodily cover, well, this is a taboo topic, but we need to discuss this topic. We need to have sexual awareness raising campaigns. We should engage bodily, physical intelligence, or mind intelligence. If we want to overcome the consequences of the war and to start recovering right now, we need to work on that via our bodies, since body is something that we are losing, unfortunately, in masses. That is something that needs to experience stress and trauma, but that is a place where resources can be gained for reshaping this experience, reinterpretation of this experience. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that, again, when we speak about silence in general, I'm sure that when people go to the theater, they go to watch something, to hear something, to get something new. At the same time, the producer, while working on a performance, works with covering things up, hushing things up, making them implicit. So there should be something implicit in every performance, and the producer is working on building up the whole implicit story behind that. I was lucky enough to join art via dancing, and how is dancing different from movement? It's different because it has got the rhythm. What about poetry? What is the difference between poetry and prose? This difference lies in rhythm. How does music differ from sounds? It is, again, through rhythm. And I'm happy that today it has been stated that poetry is a very good way of rebuilding, of communicating, of rebuilding senses. And in that respect, the rhythm is when the sound or a sense is alternate with silence. So silence should become a part of conscious communication. And what things should be hushed up and for how long, well, that's a different topic. So the question was what we need to stop being silent about. Let me give a professional answer. we are facing the deficit of recognition of the work of your colleagues, of your peers. When you and you need to develop a certain language through which you can explain why the work of an artist is something that you like, why their job is really precious for you, is really valuable. That's what we hush up. That's something that gets the minimum of our attention and expressiveness. We don't talk about specific pieces of art, and if we learn how to talk more about that, there will be a lot of benefits coming from that, and people will feel that they are needed, their work is needed more than ever. And we will have a lot to say when we are asked what happens in Ukraine, what's happening with culture in Ukraine, because it seems to me that this language and this answer should not be just one answer. There can be multiple answers to that question, and it seems to me that that is something that I keep silent about. Well, the answer to that question is not that simple, because we need to share the story of the Ukrainian culture to other people abroad, and we need to think it carefully. So I think that we need to add more empathy to our language and more recognition to the work of our peers. Thank you, Roman. Well, I keep silent for two reasons. The first reason is aesthetic, and the second one is ethic. And I speak for the same two reasons. I start speaking when I cannot keep silent because of the ethical reasons, and when, from the aesthetic point of view, I've found the form to tell this. And this silence and talking stem from one and the same canvas of communication. Both silence and speaking are two different ways of building a relationship. And I don't think that our task is to speak about everything. I think that our task is to think about everything, to contemplate about everything. And I understand that my task is that I need to talk when I cannot but speak. Thank you. Thanks a lot, all of you. Normally, I conclude my panels with the words "let's talk," but today, let me say, let's learn to differentiate where we need to talk and where we need to keep silent. And let's have this right to silence and right to speaking. And I'm really grateful to all my panelists, Larissa Denisenko, Viktor Ruban, Boris Filonenko, and Roman Kechur. Thanks a lot. Welcome to everyone. Well, I don't remember what time it is that today I'm welcoming everyone at some panel. So this is the first day of our Congress of Culture, which is dedicated to the language of war, which is dedicated to what words we find to describe our reality, what words we lack to describe our reality, what words do we invent and coin. And it's also about the changes in the meaning of our words, which words appear, which words uh, appear again in retrospect, in the reality which has changed, which words gain new senses. So we have been talking about translation opportunities, how to translate and convey our reality in other languages, been talking about silence, about public speaking, and now we're going to discuss something that could be called the inheritance of the war experience via literature and culture. Does something like that work? Do we have a mechanism like that? This is the last talk for today, the last discussion within the first day of the Congress of Culture, and this discussion is going to focus on literature. On literature as recording of the reality, but also on literature as the means of this or the space for testimony, for the space for recording facts. And the main idea we had in mind while developing the agenda and creating this panel together with my co-curator, Zerena Rybczynska, was to show whether reading of literature on war and perception of some culture and any literary pieces or movies, visual arts that perceives not our war but some other wars could be helpful to us, whether it could show something and teach something, give us a certain tool for working in our reality that would help us to get better oriented about our reality and to exist in a more confident way. The writing of war between hope and lack of faith, between I and we. And I would also like us to discuss rather complicated things which are not quite evident as to what to do in literature and culture with anger, with hatred towards the enemy. Can culture allow itself not to forgive something, or is the culture supposed to forgive everything? Forgive the crimes and the trespasses of our enemy? Can culture be angry, or is culture supposed to cherish some abstract humanism and some abstract good? Let's look for the answers to those questions. Our today's interlocutors are very interesting people, and I'm very happy that we've been joined by a representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina, since we have got a poet, a journalist, a literary critic, Nermina Omarbegovic. Let's applaud to Nermina Omarbegovic. Thank you for coming, for joining us in person. Nermina is the author of 2 collections of poetry, and her verses, her literary critical articles have been published in numerous articles in Bosnia and Herzegovina and beyond this country. Nermina has got some personal experience of living through a war in the Balkans, in Sarajevo, and she has got her personal experience of writing about this. So today we will have a talk with her on that point. And today we also have Professor Ola Tatarenko with us. She definitely is one of the best experts and connoisseurs in the literature of the Western Balkans and the countries of the post-Yugoslavian space. She is a translator, and her translation portfolio includes Ukrainian translations of very important and relevant authors like Miloš Černjanski, Danilo Kish, Goran Petrovic, Milan Pavlovic, Zvonko Kranovic, and many, many others from that region. And I'm sure that any person who has ever got interested in the literature of the former Yugoslavian countries definitely knows the name of Ola Tatarenko. Let's applaud. Welcome, Ola. And I would like to start with the question addressed to Ola. You are, you know not just the literatures of that region, but what is behind those literatures. What historical background is behind all that. And knowing it and seeing from the inside what is happening now in Ukraine, what the realia of the full-scale Russian invasion are, you could probably answer the following question. Are these things comparable? Are these wars comparable? And is the experience comparable? I mean, the experience that can be found in literature, in particular in the literature of the former Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia as well. And can we really take something for us, some consolation, something that would have a healing nature from that literature, something that could really help us to experience and to survive in our current reality? Well, thank you for this deep question, in-depth question. It's really very complex because starting with 2014, Ukrainians have been asking the Balkan writers those questions. What can we take from you? What can we learn from you? What can be helpful for us? In Kiev Arsenal, Book Arsenal, we had some guests from Serbia, from Croatia. Milan Kojerkovic came, Serjan Serdic, Zvonko Karanovic came, and in fact, all the reporters, while addressing them, asked not about their literary pieces, but asked them what they think about the war in Ukraine and how their experience could be helpful for Ukrainians. The answers were different, and by the way, within this cohort of pieces of art that are supposed to help us how to experience the war is even the Miloš Černjanski Prochernovich diary, which was written after World War I. Since that is a story about return, and this book is distant in time, the distance is more than 100 years, but even through the prism of this book, they were talking about the war of Ukraine, in Ukraine. Sergio Serdic, one of the Balkan writers, when asked how helpful he could be for Ukrainians and what his recommendations for Ukrainians could be, gave the answer which I didn't understand back then, but now it seems to me that it was a geopolitically wise answer. He said that Ukraine needs to follow the election in the US, and the fate of Ukraine will actually depend not that much on the intentions of Russia, but on who wins in the US election and what the atmosphere in Western Europe is going to be. When we speak about the Balkan literatures, it is important to mention that it is the literature of Bosnia and Herzegovina that is among the literatures that have come to that came to Ukraine in 2014. That was about 2013, 2014. And in fact, all the works that were translated into Ukrainian are related to the war, which means that the idea of the Ukrainian reader about the Bosnian Herzegovinian literature is the idea about the war. It is focused on the war in the Balkans that is interpreted through the prism of the writer's worldview. Dealing with the issues of reception of the Balkan literatures in Ukraine, I paid attention to the fact that the most active translator of this literature, Katerina Kalitko, many a time has mentioned in her interviews how important the experience of this literature is for Ukrainian readers. She has stressed it many a time that Bosnian and Herzegovinian literature is really important and relevant for us. It has even gained importance with the hot phase of the war, the way she calls it. But it was even before the 24th of February 2022. That's why, referring to Katerina Kalitko's statements, I can tell you that before that moment in time, the readers found some interesting points for themselves in the literature of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Katerina Kalitko stresses that they see vitalism, and humanism. That is the literature telling about the war and telling about pain, but it also tells about how to cope with this pain. And she thinks that this is what can actually help Ukrainian readers. Hanna Ulura, who wrote um, about the Ozero documentary novel, compared this book with the oxygen mask that it pops up in case of an emergency. And she said that first you need to put the mask onto yourself, save yourselves, and then put them on the others. And she stressed was Ozernam Camp said that at war we are all beginners. Now, while reading the literature of the Balkans, we have a different interpretation of this literature, and I guess that this is what we're going to talk about. But let me mention one very important statement. Ukrainians are the people who have a deep respect for other cultures, and we always want to learn something from others, to ask something, what could be helpful from their experience, ask them for recommendations and lessons to learn. But our current reality, the reality of the Ukrainian-Russian war, have shown the different side of the problem. It appeared that the aggression of Russia in Ukraine has made writers, including in the Balkans, to have a new look at the war. And this can be proven by the new Milan Kayerkovich's pieces like Troitsa Zakartal, which is a very multifaceted title. That book was published last year. And that is a remix of Sarajevo Marlboro, coming 30 years. This is a new interpretation of the same idea with the same structure, and he got this intention when war again became relevant in Europe. The Facebook page of Milan Kayerkovich contains some fragments from his new book called War. And the incentive for the creation of this book of parables that are related not just to Sarajevo, to Bosnia, or to some individual experience, as the previous books of his, but this is the book that already absorbs the experience of the observer of war in Ukraine and the contemplations on war as such. It seems to me that this is going to be the book that will be particularly of interest, because Sarajevo Marlboro is considered to be a kind of a CV of the author, while the book War is something that constitutes the contemplation of what the essence of war is. There is a story there. I hope that I will have some time to tell about the stories this book contains. So there is a story, or rather several stories, that will be of interest for Ukrainians. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning Milan Karyergovich. This name will be mentioned many a time, I'm sure, because definitely this is one of the most famous authors from Bosnia and Herzegovina in Ukraine. And this is the author who's not just been writing about his war experience and memories. This is the author who was trying to somehow deviate a little bit, to distance himself and to reinterpret those events. But definitely that is a topic we're going to get back to. Um, and here is the question. Can we read in the Bosnian and Herzegovina literature what we are in for after the end of the hostilities? That is a semi-rhetoric or maybe fully rhetoric question, but we will try to clarify this. But in the meantime, I would ask Nermina Amarbegovic the following. In some informal talks yesterday, we got a certain topic under discussion. We were discussing culture, different cultural activities in Sarajevo during the war, during the siege of Sarajevo, and you mentioned that there was a lot of culture and a lot of cultural activities. Today we have already touched upon the topic of culture as a tool for building the community and something that could really help us feel each other. How was it in Sarajevo? What kind of cultural forms or activities were those, and what is your current interpretation of the results they have yielded in the post-war period? It seems to me that we had better development of some cultural events and organization of cultural events during the war, when they were most required by people and when people attended them without any special invitation. And the writers and the artists worked not just to write something to follow the plan, but they were just manifesting their feelings and emotions. But now we have some problems with funding of cultural institutions, and it depends on what institution is going to fund specific activities. Well, thank you. I promised that today we will mention this name many a time, Miljan Kaliagrovic. It would be of interest to ask him personally about some things. But you know, about 2 months ago, I read again his book of essays published in the year 2019 before the full-scale invasion in the Ukrainian translation. And it has a very interesting title. It's called The Victim's Dream of the Great War Victory. You know, to read such a book in the period of the full-scale invasion, when everyone is in that and when everyone is feeding in himself that faith in the great victory of Ukraine, well, that's already a certain risk because the very title has some doubt. It's just a dream, you know. And when I was looking through this book once again, I came to understand that when I read it back in 2019, right after it was published, I had an absolutely different reading of this book. And now, when when we are really victims, though we don't want to be called victims, and we shouldn't call ourselves victims after this inspirational speech of Oleksandr Matvichuk. But anyway, we are now all um, subject to war violence, and that means that we have a different interpretation of the things that back in 2019 sounded in a different way and seemed different to us. We, they there was no background against them or behind them. So let me quote what Mr. Yergovich wrote in the preface specifically for the Ukrainian reader in that book of essays. Probably it's not possible to win in any war. What is meant is that not a single war can fully destroy the enemy, maybe luckily. Not a single war can fully destroy the enemy, can fully destroy a certain nation, a certain people, or a certain community. So the enemy will anyway stay. And you need to build a relationship with him. And that's what Yergovich stresses. It's actually his kind of will testament for us. He shows that anyway we will need to build a relationship with the enemy. In particular, he states that after the end of the war in the Balkans, and let me remind you that it lasted for almost 10 years, starting with 1992 up to 2001, 9 years, right? Anyway, there were different circumstances, but all in all, it was about 10 years. So now, as Yergovich says, we are building this relationship because it's not possible to do it in any other way. So let me ask Narmin now whether this relationship is really being built now from the point of view of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and is culture somehow engaged in that process or not? So the problem is let me remind you that Bosnia and Herzegovina is a federation, and the part with Sarajevo is the central part, and Erbina is from this part by origin. So this part is trying to build up some cultural relationship with other countries, uh, but not that much with the Serbian Republic. And there are cultural and art events that are attended by the cultural figures on both sides. There are also some journals and magazines where works of art and of literature are published, but unfortunately there is lack of funding to make this cooperation more effective. But what I'm interested in is whether culture is consciously setting the task for itself to build a new community, because quite often we can now see for example, in the years 2000, in 2010, I was trying to find out what was happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and quite often Western media like Deutsche Welle or BBC liked to show movies on Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they show that it's very difficult for it to survive, but this is the country that is standing on the way towards mutual forgiveness and construction of a modern multinational European community. Does it look like from the inside, and what about the events you are discussing? Are they really common in the sense that, well, a representative of the Serbian community will come to a certain event? That is a different thing. But are these really conscious events that are organized consciously to really overcome their hostility that you used to have in the past? Cultural cooperation always exists, and those authors, writers, and artists who work towards reconciliation and forgiveness do things sincerely in that reconciliation is possible. But the war in Ukraine has raised this issue once again and has made it more painful because one of the Serbian experiences shows that we have a different definition of the war of Ukraine, different interpretation of the war of Ukraine. Let me give you the example of Sirte. We have the town of Yaitse where annually there takes place a Sirte festival, and more than 10 best theater groups come there with their performances, and the audience always comes without asking where from have you come from, what region of Bosnia and Herzegovina you have come from, what part of the federation you have come. If the performance is interesting, the public, the audience supports it. Well, I've got the following question. Now we quite often claim that, well, and even tomorrow we will have a whole day dedicated to the issues of migration, in particular migrations in culture. So, in the period of war, many cultural actors leave and don't return ever. So, on the one hand, that contributes to the globalization of the national culture because it goes kind of beyond this national ghetto, but on the other hand, this means dispersion of the community. And I know that over the years of the war in the Balkans, many writers and many cultural actors left. So, what was the attitude to this process back then when the war was still going on, and what impact has it produced on the culture of Bosnia and Herzegovina as for now? Do you still feel it? Do you still feel this impact? Do you keep thinking about that? Because we are have deep concerns as to what will happen to Ukrainian culture after the war. I think that you should not be concerned about the future of Ukrainian culture because I can tell you from my own experience that many writers do come back, do return. And you have got the great opportunity to leave the country and to get back. Um, you are mobile even during the war. We used to face this problem that we were not that mobile, we could not move that much. And I think that your culture is great enough, and you will definitely survive in this war and recover after it. Let's hope for that. Anyway, we are looking for some words of consolation in our literature and in our discussions with those who create this literature. Let me ask Alla Tatarenko. Uh, I've forgotten to mention one thing about her. She's not just the translator of literature into Ukrainian, but she also translates Ukrainian literature into languages of that region, like Croatian, Serbian, and she's one of the most important ambassadors of Ukrainian literature and culture in that region. And I'd like to ask you about the problems you are facing right now. What is the problem with telling the communities in Croatia, Bosnia, and Herzegovina about the most painful issues, about the relevant challenges? What is the most difficult for perception for the audience there? What issue requires the greatest effort from you? Well, of course, we are facing some problems, and that's not about translation alone. Ostap has mentioned a book that is translated as the victim's dream of the great victory, and in the original, it's kind of not that they have those dreams in their sleep, but they are dreaming of that and daydreaming. And by the way, my acquaintance with the Balkan literatures helps me very much when I do translations of Ukrainian literature into those languages. Do you know why? Because I remember how I was reading the books on war and what I found attractive about that. How difficult it was to read the books that were published in the first years of war. They caused anger against the enemy, with the enemy, some hatred, some acute emotions, and I didn't want to consider the enemy to be my future interlocutor. And by the way, that was particularly noticeable in poetry. And by the way, the first anthology of Croatian poetry that was published in the 90s was the anthology published over that difficult time, and that was the anthology of war poetry. That's why I thought that this first anthology of Ukrainian war poetry in Croatia must exist. It must be published as soon as possible. That is Ukraine 2022. That is the chronicles of Ukrainian poetry starting with the 24th of February 2022 up to the 24th of August 2022 in the chronological order. And I do remember that when I read some books by Kajerovich, Drakovich, Gresic, well, and a number of other books by other authors, I, as a reader, wanted the good to win over the evil and peace to come, for all people to reconcile, for all bad people to transform into good people. I did not think that somebody should win in this war, but that was a civil war. You remember, that was not aggression as in our case. The large country was collapsing, a relatively large country, and for the Balkans, really a large country, Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia. That was the country somebody wanted to keep. Somebody probably wanted to join another republic. Somebody wanted independence. So the way we are now perceived in those republics is shaped up by the experience of their own war. Quite often, a lot of people there feel sorry for the West that had not helped a lot to the young states to gain their independence. That's why we can sometimes hear such um, voices saying that the West has not helped us, it will not help you. So that is all about despair found in the works of art. Sometimes it is really justified, as in the case with the famous movie Quo Vadis by Hayat, which is dedicated to the events in Srebrenica, which shows how the Dutch people failed to rescue people against the genocide. That is about thousands of Muslims. And that is why when the West hosts Ukrainian refugees, this idea is sometimes resisted in the Balkans. And they start thinking about some universal things, like why do they host Ukrainians, why didn't they host Africans like that, why is there such a special attitude to Ukrainian refugees. And while talking to the Balkan intellectuals, and it's absolutely different when we are talking about Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Croatia. So different problematic issues may dominate there. And Ostap mentioned Serbians, the Serbs, and the first thing mentioned there was, of course, bombing of Yugoslavia. They claim that, okay, you want to enter to have accession to NATO, but NATO bombed us. So not everything related to NATO is good. That is not the position and the standpoint of the whole society, but of a large share of the society that was actually fed with constant reminders about that bombing, about the victims, which was not the case before 2014. So this is again the component of the information war Russia is having in the Balkans, because Russia is a really serious player in the Balkans. So yeah, we also need to explain the differences between pure aggression, unprovoked aggression against Ukraine, and the strivings uh, to apply not a quite a human way to settle the problematic issues. And the West remembers all those wars in the Balkans, and remembers the long process of negotiations with Mr. Milosevic, who used to be the guarantor of peace in the Balkans. In Croatia, they understand us quite well. They follow the events, they are trying to be helpful, but among Croatian intellectuals, we also have the topic raised, which is Russian culture. Slavic people, including the people of the Balkans, have been brought up on the grandeur and majesty of Russian culture. And it's not only about literature, it's also about music. And intellectuals want to be about this battle and say that, okay, definitely we should be helpful, um, but some people protecting Russian culture are donating to help Ukraine, but they cannot overcome this stereotypical thinking about the Russian culture. They cannot change their view of what our fighting should be like. We should be fighting according to them in the way that the Russian culture in the world is not affected by that. They are intellectuals and they would like to see beauty everywhere. They cannot see that war is something bloody and that war goes not on the level of the live people but of the dead people, including dead writers who have been exploited in a way for specific purposes. And each of us, and here I'm particularly addressing translators, writers, so each of us, while reading the literature of Bosnia and Herzegovina or Croatia with the pre-war eyes, should think it over how our literature is being interpreted in those countries. And that's exactly the same we used to read their literatures, anti-war, pacifistic. And that's why I'm trying to really select high quality pieces of work of literature that could really reach a certain nation, taking into account not just contemporary literary trends but some traditions as well. And the poets I've been translating into different languages are absolutely different poets for different peoples, since every literature has got its own music fork. Some poetry is more emotional and sentimental. Some poetry is more philosophical. So we need to try and reach out to all of those peoples, to all of those literatures via this first step of presenting something close to them, for them to be willing to read Ukrainian poetry at their literary events. And then the next step could be more Ukrainian, Ukraine specific, but literature should be reached via common experience, common codes. And I must tell you that I have not got that many contacts with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Serbian culture is not very eager to perceive Ukrainian literature at this point of time, while Croatia is very active in its reception of new poems, new pieces of poetry from Ukraine, and now even Irina Chornohus has already found her fans in Croatia, in spite of her poetry being rather hostile, rather combat specific. So these are not just stories about war and victims, but the stories of victory should also shape up our image in the Balkans. It's very interesting, and again, that causes some ideas. We would be supposed to offer a kind of a cultural menu for each country, for each people. You are an expert in Croatia, Serbia. You know what people would like to see there, what can really reach those people. But on the other hand, maybe again it's a semi-rhetoric question, but isn't that it too flexible an approach? Maybe we are trying to adjust our image to the image people are ready to see us in. And maybe finally, this strategy of cultural promotion will lead to the situation when we really have that deep interpretation, deep cognition, because it always contains an element of surprise. Maybe at a certain point that will not be accepted, but later, when we step over this element of first lack of perception, there will come deep understanding. I don't know, just an idea. You know, when I was saying that we are trying to select some literature pieces, I meant the emotion, not the emotional degree. I meant something different. Suppose Many Ukrainian poets use Ukrainian national code in their poetry, and if this uh, piece is the first piece ever read after a long break, there is the danger that this specific person will stop reading Ukrainian, will reject reading Ukrainian poetry. But if we speak about the writers whom I translated into Serbian, like Katerina Mihalitsina, Mariana Sauka, Helena Kruk, so these are the poets that by their code, universal code, are rather um, clear for the Balkans. In Croatia, well, I've been interpreting, translating more for Croatia, and since the traumas of war are really the traumas of war there, they understand us better because in Serbia, this war in literature was hushed up, was covered up because Serbia seemingly did not participate in the wars. That was the Yugoslavian People's Army that participated in the war, and there were people from Serbia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and that's why their literature, Serbian literature, has just fragmented mentions of this topic. As a continuation of the story of World War II, as an escape from mobilization, as unwillingness to be engaged in the war, but they do not focus on this topic directly. They do not describe their direct experience of the war. Or, for example, it could be the image of the ground where too many corpses are buried. That's a different story. These are the masses shouting instead of singing. This is the rise of aggressiveness in the society. But actually, this war does not become a direct subject of description in famous works. That's why for the society, the works about the war are mostly the works on World War II. And this war is some distant war. In Croatia and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they have the experience of the recent war, and many writers have been engaged in this war themselves. And such friends of Ukraine as Dmytro, who is the head of Croatian PEN, well, is a former military man who became a volunteer and started defending his country. He has already come twice to Ukraine. He keeps supporting Ukrainian literature and knows Ukrainian literature. Or Faruk Shaikic, who has been translated by Andrii. It's a novel about the post-war period. He's also a former volunteer who became the defender of his country. So it seems to me that these literatures have a wider spectrum for perception of the Ukrainian literature, and that comes not as the restriction, but when we have Ukrainian mythological symbols that you are operating with, so in such a skillful way, we are trying to somehow lose the symbols, but rather narrate the story, and then we lose this symbolism. But when we try to translate, you need to make notes and to explain the realia, which is all possible, and I think that translators can tell you more about that. But sometimes we really need to respond very, very quickly. And suppose you have 4 days, the magazine is about to be published, and you just have 4 days in order to represent Ukraine in that journal or magazine. So that's what we have to do. But there will be new generations of translators to come, and there will be new poets and writers in Bosnia and Serbia and Croatia. There will be more local translators who will work on that, who will translate all the details and nuances while we are doing whatever we can do now within the circumstances. And other things are explained by us in our interviews to reporters during different shows and panels, because that is also a major part of our activity. If somebody asks us about Ukraine, we need to tell as much as possible about it. Well, right, we are doing what we need to do. we try to do our best. And I remember when the full-scale invasion started, we all, or at least majority of us, got some messages, some letters from our friends and relatives abroad, and mainly there came some abstract words of support, like "we stand with Ukraine" or "Ukraine will win" or something like this. And I remember that back then I got a letter from Nermina. She started actively writing to me, and I was happy about that. Not just because Nermina from Sarajevo wrote to me, who herself has got this extraordinary experience of the war and of staying under the siege and strikes, but it was because Nermina was writing in a different way than all the others kept writing to me. In particular, I remember very well the story that Nermina shared with me. It was about cigarettes, about cigarettes being a currency that you could trade in. You could actually pay for everything in cigarettes during the siege. And I thought that, well, I have not been smoking for many years already, but really, I need to buy some blocks of cigarettes. Maybe they will come in handy. And let me confess that this story became one of the factors that made me convinced that we need to write a book about words, a word focused book, and that's how the word dictionary appeared. And here, as we have Nermina physically in person and not via messengers, let me ask Nermina the following: were there any other words behind which there were some things that drastically changed their meaning in times of war, probably gained some new senses, or they used to be important but they lost that sense, and now these words have a little bit different meaning that they used to have? Well, some things have really changed their role. For example, cigarettes were not considered to be something evil. That was a kind of an exchange currency. For example, one writer, Mr. Pisets, so, for example, if we speak about some religious accessories, they were characterized as religious things, but during the war, we created a special structure for lighting the church incense burner. So, that was the structure that we called incense burner. I mean, it was not the proper religious item, but we just called this new structure for lighting, for illumination, as incense burner. And that was my first time when I heard about snipers. For example, we didn't call a street, but it was called the alley of snipers. Well, Sarajevo was under strikes. It was really under riflemen or sniper attacks. And maybe later after the talk, I will recall a lot of such stories, but I don't remember that for the moment. Well, I still want to mention Mr. Yergovich. I was really very much impressed by what he wrote in the preface. It sounds nice, but when we really pay close attention to it, we will probably see that we may have a lot of questions to such statements that were voiced in 2019. There was a text addressed for Ukrainians, and he wrote this rhetoric question: is a person who thinks that our enemies are still our brothers, and they will transform, are they traitors? Because one day the war will be transformed into peace by such sort of traitors. I'm not sure what my attitude to this statement should be. There were two words used in that statement that evoke some, well, if not resistance, then at least lack of trust in Ukrainians. The word brothers of fraternity and the word peace. Because most of my interlocutors and the people to whom I spoke throughout the first year of the war, the word peace did not evoke any positive associations, because peace is the manipulative word Russian propaganda still keeps manipulating. Peace by all means. Peace as giving up, as surrender. Peace as being humble, as acceptance of occupation as something necessary. And fraternity, the same goes through it. So, what Mr. Yargovich writes is this his personal idea, or probably the literature of the former Yugoslavian states really evolves around that double meaning, ambiguous meaning of this word? I consider these issues through the prism of I and we, because um, every person must have a personal opinion. So I think that I means I, but we cannot comment upon somebody else's ideas. We cannot express our opinions on the basis of his statements. We've got a collocation, which means the imposed peace, a peace imposed on us. Unfortunately, that was happened to us, and I would like you to experience the same. So from Yargovich, we have finally reached the point of our destination, right? And I guess that here is my last question to Nermina and the last question to Allah. We quite often speak about the cultural community of cultural actors or creators of culture. And primarily we mean people who work with words. So primarily we talk about writers, and quite often I hear from my colleagues that the war is taking away the freedom of creativity. You cannot afford writing about everything. You realize that you are a spokesperson uh, representing some important senses, and while writing about having some public discourse, you need to explain something. You need to console people, you need to help people to heal. So, in the years of war and maybe even in the post-war period, and I don't know how it's going to happen with us, I'm interested in what you experience in this respect. So, the writers and cultural actors really felt this lack of freedom with a certain sense of duty. I've looked through the anthologies that you created together with Helena and the anthology created by Allah. I would say that this is the poetry of pain. This is poetry about pain and not about anger. And this is really important. Well, the preface to the book really calls it the verses of pain. Yes, and quite often at the end we have some final recommendations. So let me ask you, Allah, what would you recommend us to read from those literatures, from those sources? Maybe there is something that could heal us or give us some lessons to learn. Today we have mentioned many a time Miljan Kairkovic, and let me tell you what is so much peculiar about him and why it is difficult to take this as a sample of literature Ukrainians could really find some explanations in and why he's like that. Milan Kuyergovich, by the way, gave his royalty to Andrii Ljubka for his copyright in Ukraine to buy a vehicle. So he really supports Ukraine. He's a Croatian by nationality. He used to live in Sarajevo and was rather happy before the war, and he lived for some time under siege, and then he left Sarajevo and got into the situation when he became an escapist for Sarajevo residents, escapists who did not stay till the end of that awful siege and awful performance called war. But for Croatia, he appeared to be a displaced person, a Croatian from Bosnia, and he is a very vulnerable and sensitive person, judging by his works. So he remained a controversial person who always keeps arguing with someone, keeps stating some ideas that evoke emotions and quite often controversial emotions. Maybe that's what his vision of the role of the writer is. The writer is supposed to raise some ideas, even controversial ideas, for something to happen in literature. And let me repeat that um, that was a different war. So Slavenka Drakovic published the book entitled Every War is the Same, All Wars Are the Same, but it's not so. It's not really true, because the task of Ukrainians is to drive Russian troops away from its territory and to make it impossible for them to what it was like. By the way, several months ago in Croatia, a book was published. It's probably going to become a bestseller. It's the book on war. This is the book of Ihor Velish, which is entitled The um, Cabbage Leaves um, Scrutinizing. It's like peeling off the onions. It's the story of four boys who are 11 years old, and the war starts. They do not realize whether they are Croatians or Serbs. and they actually are from different families, and they become witnesses to the beginning of the war. And this war is depicted from the point of view of not a teenager even, but a child. And this book tries to show how it was. And the author also belonged to that generation of 11 or 12-year-olds. And he uses a number of intertextual allusions to the world, the local movies and literature. And the conclusion is very interesting. I don't know whether the author would agree, but because the book is very popular and everybody cries while reading it, it's very emotional. But at the end, we can see how in Bukovara, many years after the war, the main character attends the graves of his friends who perished and his relatives. He's waiting for a girl he once fell in love with. And at some point of time, we come to realize that in his soul, in his heart, he's still the child he used to be. And all this story shared with us makes us think that probably if everyone remains such an innocent child that had never experienced any evil, this situation would be totally different. But unfortunately, history is developing and it has its own course of events. I think that this book will be of interest because it shows how civil war can be given birth to. This is the most awful thing that can ever happen to a country when your former neighbors start hiding weapons in the basement and all the children give them away because children don't understand what it really means. It's all about the sense of guilt, the sense of fear for the collapse of the world. That is description of the crime to the children, and we think and speak a lot about our children and how to save them for their future life, how to make up this lost childhood or stolen childhood, and not just childhood, unfortunately, to them. I've already mentioned the book War, which is a book of parables, and let me just tell you about one of those parables in brief. So, it's several years after the war. It's winter time, warm winter. We have never had such warm winters. It seems that it's already spring. Everybody has started going out into the streets, and the central square there has appeared a girl with the body of an adult woman, but her mind was still in her childhood because her parents had perished during the strike and she remained a child forever. She was sitting actually in the middle of the square in the position she would not be supposed to take as an adult, but everybody knew that she was still a child. Therefore, when they saw that in the window opposite to her, there was an old man looking at her, staring at her. Everybody felt very bad. Who is he? Why he is staring at her? Maybe he is a pedophile. Everybody knew that he is a displaced person, but nobody knew where from he had come and what he had been dealing with. He just resided in the apartment of the notary, his wife, and never left the apartment. But now he was looking at the girl, staring at the girl from the window. The indignant residents of the city went to him. He got scared. He cried out, "Police, police, somebody has broken in." But he was explained that they didn't know who he was. They didn't know how he had behaved during the war. And this girl is the victim of the war, the survivor, and he doesn't have the right to stare at her like this. He was stepping aside closer to the window, and nobody knew whether somebody pushed him or he just fell out or jumped out of the window. It was not known. Everybody froze for a moment, and then a neighbor rushed in and said, "What has happened here?" She was explained that he was not entitled to look at this girl that way, and she said, He's a telegraph operator. He's blind by birth. She said this with some anger. So it's about looking for the enemy in our society. Maybe this is one of the parables that is really impressive. A person who is blind is not to be taken as your enemy. And there are a lot of awful parables about mothers who have lost their children and women who didn't have children but who were so much concerned about the fate of other children as if they had lost their own children. This seems to be taking place in some conditional city, not in Sarajevo, but in that way we can read this emotional intelligence or emotional experience not related to any city or a specific place. And it seems to me that this is what actually appeared under the influence of the unprovoked war in Ukraine. Probably he doesn't understand this war. He has a different interpretation of this war in Ukraine. He doesn't fully understand what it's all about. But that is our war, and it was our war that evoked his decision and willingness not just to write about the pain of his people, but about the awful tragedies of war for mankind and humanity. It seems to me that it is already the second step, and after we gain our victory, our literature will be able to write about our war. Maybe then Ukrainian literature will also start writing parables. It would be good if we didn't have any wars that inspired things like that, just memories and dreams that this will never happen again. For example, Darko Cvetic wrote a tragic book where he highlighted the experience of two people on two sides because he's from Brador and he was among the ones who used to wear a white strip on his arm, on his hand, on his wrist. Well, thank you. I think that this is also a kind of a recommendation, a piece of advice. But we need to wait for the translation, right? We need to pay attention to him because he's among the best writers and he had the deepest narratives about the war, so it would be good if these pieces appeared in the Ukrainian translation. This is a small book, but it's really so much emotionally difficult that I'm confessing right away that I will not be able to translate this because I cannot experience such deep emotions. It's kind of homeopathy when you are trying to heal the burden on your heart with difficult books. I can see that we have a different slide on the screen, which is the topic of the previous discussion. But I think that now this slide means that it's time for us to wrap up. And I'm really grateful to all of my interlocutors for all the issues that we have covered today. Why to write during the war, why to write about the war, why to read about somebody's wars, about our war. Thanks a lot. So we have had Nermina Omerbegovic. Thanks a lot. And we have had Alla Tatarenko. Thanks a lot. This has been our last panel for today, and thanks a lot for translation. Thank you, Zariana Hook, for interpreting. And Ostap Slovensky has been your facilitator today. It's my pleasure to have been the facilitator this panel and to have been the curator of this day of the Congress of Culture about the language of war. This is the last panel, but at 8 p.m. we're also supposed to have a curator-led excursion of the exhibition Ukrainian section or UKRAINIAN. So please do come up. Well, you can relax, but stay here. Thank you. See you.